can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Stream local conservative news on your smart speaker. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
Cabinet shaping up. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President-elect Trump is tapping a former New York congressman to lead his environmental agenda.
Former Congressman Lee Zeldin is being nominated by President-elect Trump to lead the Environmental Protection Agency. In a statement, the president-elect says Zeldin will ensure fair and swift deregulatory decisions and unleash the power of American business while maintaining the highest environmental standards. Zeldin tells Fox News the EPA will restore energy dominance.
I'm excited to get into work to implement President Trump's economic agenda, and I think the American people are so hungry for it. It's one of the big reasons why they're sending him back to the White House.
Zeldin served 4 terms in Congress before an unsuccessful campaign for New York governor in 2022.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. The announcement comes after Trump selected longtime advisor Stephen Miller to be deputy chief of policy and named New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik as his nominee for UN ambassador. President Biden marking Veterans Day by taking part in the wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery and also took part in the unveiling of a plaque at the historic Grubworth Mansion in Delaware honoring his son Bo, who died in 2015 of brain cancer, saying Bo would be honored.
But he also said, though, Dad, it's not about me. And if those of you knew Bo, like Fred Sears and others knew Bo, that's what he'd say. He says, it's not about me, Dad. It's not about me. It's about our servicemen. It's about all veterans. It's about all families.
President Biden also announced the expansion of types of cancer covered by the PACT Act, which provides care for veterans exposed to toxic chemicals. Wall Street, the Dow added 304, closing above 44,000 for the first time. The Nasdaq up 11. The S&P gained 5 points to close above 6,000 for the first time. America is listening to Fox News.
Our nation's economic problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight. Dr. Ron Paul here, and this is why I recommend diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold, a proven bedrock in any economy, with my friends at Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold. Text the word SHELTER to 989898. That's SHELTER to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show on AM 770 KTTH. Plus 94.5 FM for our friends on the greater east side. The new resistance introduced itself over the weekend, and it's the same people who terrorized the city back in 2020. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
What's trending? Woke madness.
You have the anti-Trump, anti-Semitic activists get together protesting over the weekend. About 200 or so started at the Space Needle. They then marched to the Amazon spheres as D'Artagnan was trying to play with a dog that he had met at the little dog park that sort of overlooked the area that the protesters had gathered. All he was trying to do was play and poop. And what was he greeted with? Incredibly boring and annoying speeches the entire time. And the only good thing about all of it was that it started to rain. And that made me feel really good inside because all these dopes were out there soaked. And I don't know if you realize this, but when you're wearing black bloc and trying to cover all of your identity, you're wearing extra clothing that ends up getting wet. And then you're just carrying it. It gets heavy. You start to shiver. Your skin starts to deteriorate the longer that you're standing there or sitting there in your soaked clothing. Now, they, I'm sure, were really excited to hear speeches like this.
One united enemy, and that is U.S. empire.
The enemy is the U.S. empire. Did you write that down?
Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be a quiz later. What's the enemy?
The U.S. empire.
Oh, you got it.
Even as a second Donald Trump presidency is oncoming, even though it is a nightmare for the impending fascism that will come down on our communities.
Didn't you hate the fascism from 2016 to 2020? It was so fascistic. Every day I woke up, I said, darn it, it's another day of fascism. I can't wait until this fascist leaves office.
Then you were hauled off to an internment camp.
I had to do my radio show from an internment camp for a very long time. But finally I was released. You know who that hero who released me was? Joe Biden.
No! Fascist takeover changes the fact that the people are the ones that will bring real change!
I mean, the people did bring real change. They voted for Donald Trump, dum-dum. That seems to be kind of important. We could have stuck with the current administration minus the old guy. But what did the voters decide to do? They decided to go with Donald Trump.
Well, democracy to them just means stuff we like, basically.
Well, democracy isn't just stuff they like, but it's voting for the people and causes they support. And if you don't vote for who they want you to vote, then democracy is in peril, which seems kind of odd to me. It seems like that is quite literally part of the whole democratic system.
Give these people a glossary.
Well, you think they're going to read any of that? I mean, come on. If you can't do it in a picture book, they're not going to understand. Now, before they got to the Space Needle and they did their silly speeches, I don't know why they ended with a speech on, because I was there till sort of the end. They ended on a speech about the Philippines. And I don't know why. I mean, wasn't this a whole anti-America, anti-fascist kind of thing while pretending that you support America? But when you constantly complain about colonialism and whatnot, we kind of know exactly where you're going. But before they got to that point, like I said, Black Bloc, Antifa guys were there, and gals who identify as guys and guys who identify as gals. There's weirdly a large, and I don't know why this is, there is a disproportionate number of Antifa members who are transgender. Isn't it odd? Of all the groups to join, I figure, a softball team makes sense, but Antifa just seems kind of weird to me. There's lots of other groups you can join.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, though, just because, they're far left. So.
Yeah, no, I get that, I guess. But they surrounded an SPD patrol vehicle at one point, started to mock the officers, and then did what I always love to make fun of them for.
People united will never be defeated.
That doesn't rhyme. I don't understand. The people united will never be defeated?
We need to workshop that one.
But they've been using it they've been using this for years and years and years. They can't get, I thought they were supposed to rhyme. It's a chant. It's not catchy at all. And then they forgot the rest. Are we still doing this? I love this. What is your badge number? I'm going to report you. I'm going to report you to the principal. I'm going to tell on you. I'm going to report you to the police, which is odd because I hate the police, but okay, now it doesn't. Never. The people united, defeated, and then they just shrug and they walk home alone. They got in the way of the cops. Finally, they're all like, yeah, no.
Move back, move back, move back, move back, move back, move back, move back. Move back!
Yeah.
Away from the vehicle now! Are you going to be able to get out of the way? Move back now! Move back now! Or you will be arrested for obstruction!
They moved back because he yelled it.
It's kind of refreshing to hear Seattle cops yell at bad people.
I love it. I absolutely love it. They did make one arrest, at least one that they talked about, reported. They arrested a 17-year-old teenager for felony property damage. Now, because of the age and because of the alleged crime, you know that there will be no consequences whatsoever of the 17-year-old, who I think my favorite of the alleged graffiti of which she is responsible, according to the police, and they took photos and they posted it on the blotter, so one of them was SPD, there's blood on your hands. Now, the reason why I give you that is because she was trying to do one for Boeing, but I guess she either was arrested at the time or she just forgot the rest of it because she said, Boeing, there's blood on you. And this is how she spelled Boeing, B-O-I-N-G. Boeing.
Boing.
Boeing, there's blood on your, and it just says on you, Y-E, and then and E, I don't even know. She meant for an O, obviously. But then she got, I guess, arrested, or she just forgot what the rest of the message was because it doesn't rhyme. And if it doesn't rhyme, you're not going to remember it as much. But you've got your standard F Trump, pigs leave, Seattle with Gaza, we will set free Gaza. Kind of sounds like she's a terrorist. Duwamish land, that's always fun.
Oh, he's got to have the land acknowledgement.
Yeah, they had to land acknowledgement via felony property damage. So they made the arrest. They say they found her with a spray paint bottle and her hands had the spray paint on it, which is what I think the technical term is called damning evidence. They then attempted to have her booked into the juvenile detention center, but they were all like, we don't book. Are you nuts? Come back when she's mass murdered. Then we'll go ahead and book her. So they ended up releasing her to her parents, who I'm sure are very responsible and are not encouraging this kind of behavior in the least. And actually, I hope I'm wrong. I hope they are, in fact, responsible and punish this young girl because she's going down the wrong path. And if you are a parent who doesn't want your kid to live with you until they're 47 years old, perhaps when something like this happens, you step up and course correct because they're going to be a barista for the rest of their lives.
At least they'll get really good at it.
I guess. Until their job is replaced with a Keurig, which could replace it right now. You literally put a little pod and push a button, and then you got a cup of coffee.
Provide better customer service, too, probably.
Yeah, let's not go crazy there. Let's relax. The only thing about this girl's life that will ever change is her hair color, I guess. But otherwise, she's going to be living at home. And I will say this, because of equity, you never really hear about women living at home. It's always men. It always seems to be men. You notice that?
That's true.
It's odd. Are there no deadbeat women?
I'm sure there's plenty. So
it's just kind of odd that it does. So #representation. I want to see a variety of diverse faces represent the deadbeats who never grow up, never get a job that pays for them to sustain themselves in their own apartment. I think that's called progress. See, I just turned this negative story into a positive one. That's the power of radio and the power of the Jason Rantz Show. Push the button.
What's trending? Media bias.
So let's talk about media bias in a story that we're supposed to take away, that there is this organic, maybe even grassroots opposition to something called ShotSpotter technology in Tacoma. We've talked about ShotSpotter before. Essentially, it is a technology that uses acoustic sensors that you put in certain areas, and they can pinpoint, or at least help pinpoint, the location of gunfire in real time. So let's say you're at the corner of Main Street and First and someone shoots a gun. The acoustic sensor tells police, hey, at Main Street and First Avenue, maybe closer to 2nd Avenue, there was a gunshot. Go here. Because you're getting reports of gunfire like, I just heard gunfire. I'm not sure where it came from. This acoustic technology can help pinpoint where it is so that not only can officers respond quickly to the right area, should the bad guys get away, you don't have to go searching for evidence across, several blocks to a mile. You can say, hey, we know what happened around here. Let's look at some of the surveillance cameras in this general area. Now, the city of Tacoma got $800,000 in federal grant money so that they can do a 3-year pilot program. Right now, they're doing it in one particular location in Tacoma, I believe the Hosmer neighborhood, because there's a whole lot of crime there. But King 5 said that there was this meeting over the weekend where a whole bunch of activists got together and they talked to the community, and everyone was outraged. Everyone was outraged about this technology. And the general position that folks offer, the criticism of the ShotSpotter technology, is that it does more harm than good.
There's concerns around over-policing in Black and brown neighborhoods when it comes to this technology. Nobody here wants crime. Everybody wants to feel safe, but it makes sense to involve the community in these issues so that the solutions don't end up causing more problems.
And, you know, thanks to the King 5 report, I got wind that the community got involved over the weekend and talked about how much they hate this. And as you can tell from what it is she just said, the core of the complaints is that it increases police presence in a neighborhood. Primarily, in this case, we're talking about a black neighborhood, which is presented as a negative. This idea that you might have cops in a black neighborhood because we're still supposed to pretend that it's the police officers that pose that threat to black people. Not bad guys with guns, but the actual cops who are, I suppose, to them, bad guys with guns. Bunchy Carter was there. He is with the Tacoma Black Panther Party.
The way that you prevent gun violence is not by showing up after the gun go off. You prevent gun violence by giving people a reason not to pick up the gun in the first place.
So it was a little hard to hear at the beginning there, but he's basically saying you don't prevent gun violence by showing up after the gun goes off. You do what you need to beforehand, right? You put the investments in the community to address the root causes. Now, let us be clear, because he's also quoted in this story as saying ShotSpotter makes Tacoma more dangerous. No, it doesn't. Tacoma isn't dangerous because of ShotSpotter technology. ShotSpotter doesn't label a neighborhood as dangerous. The tech is being implemented precisely because certain neighborhoods in Tacoma face high crime rates. The ShotSpotter technology doesn't create the crime. It is a response to the crime. And when danger is concentrated in majority black neighborhoods, did you know, and I know this might come as a shock to some people, especially the ones who hate cops, but black residents are the ones who are most impacted. They become the victims. Using your term, disproportionately. It is not over-policing for officers to respond to gunfire. That is exactly what cops are supposed to do, respond to crimes. They serve as a disincentive when you have enough staff members to proactively police, but when crimes occur, you kind of want the cops to show up. Now, if Tacoma PD ignored the gunshots and just didn't show up, the same voices complaining about ShotSpotter technology would be claiming that their communities are being abandoned by the police. So no matter what, they set up the cops to be the bad guys. But then you go into this King 5 story. King 5 has an ideological agenda. There's no doubt about it. They are eager to support any left-wing cause that they can, even if the left-wing cause is not something that is supported by a community that they're supposed to be covering. In this case, the reporter is Brady Wakayama. His name has sure come up a lot on this show lately.
That's how I knew this was going to be great journalism.
It's just, there are certain names, it's kind of like judges. If you hear me saying their name a lot, it's almost always because they're bad at what they do. And Brady Wakayama is bad at what he does. Despite showing images of empty chairs throughout this feature report on King 5, he tells us it was packed. It was a meeting that was jam-packed, which serves to manufacture a sense of false urgency, giving the illusion that there's some sort of broad community opposition to the ShotSpotter technology when that's not actually the case. Now, the event itself was sponsored by a laundry list of far-left organizations like the Black Panther Party of Washington, like the Institute for Black Justice, like Indivisible Tacoma. You wouldn't know that from the report, because what was kind of missing from that report?
Well, he certainly didn't include any of the other side of the argument.
Not only that, he didn't list any of the people who were behind the event. They don't list a single group that was responsible for this event. They just say organizers or organizations. They don't actually tell you who's behind it. Why don't they do that? Because again, if you're, let's say, a casual viewer, you might assume that the one person that they spoke to as an interview as part of this was the first person that we played, Latasha Palmer is her name. They don't identify her as a community organizer or an activist.
I had to look up who she was.
Yeah, you have to look it up. But if you're not paying close attention and you don't know what to look for, you might say, oh, this is just a member of the community who showed up because she wants to show her opposition to this particular technology. No, she's an activist who was part of the organizers. She was one of the organizers. I believe she was on the panel. But they don't tell you that. Why don't they tell you that? Again, They do that because they want to make this event appear like it's some kind of organic community pushback, which then puts pressure on the city of Tacoma to give in to the so-called community that says this is outrageous. We hate this. Now, this was a group of anti-cop people inviting other anti-cop people to an event that took anti-cop positions. But again, you would not know that from the King 5 story. Not at all. Now, I think that there is reasonable criticism of the shot spotter technology. We've talked about it before. Some cities have abandoned the use of it. But also, some have decided we like it and it's helpful. So dare I say, this would benefit the city of Tacoma to completely ignore the anti-police groups, completely ignore the media members that shill for them. These are the very same voices that influenced the police policy in 2020 during the BLM movement that led to the precise crisis that ShotSpotter is now trying to get ahead of, to contain. ShotSpotter deserves a chance to make Tacoma safe again. And if the activists really wanted to help the black community as they claim, they probably should stop pretending that police are the problem. Because it's not the cops who are shooting folks in the Hosmer neighborhood. It's not the cops. You don't even have enough cops to patrol proactively. You're going to blame them for the problems? Well, we wouldn't want cops coming into areas that have high crime rates. It's dangerous. No, it's exactly what we want. Now, I wrote about this. It's important for all of us, not to pick on King 5, but they are the worst. It's important for all of us to call this stuff out when we see it. This can create a narrative. And maybe, a city council member or the mayor's office in Tacoma looks at the story and says, oh, this is obviously just driven by an agenda. But it can create a narrative amongst normal people and then convince them that something's wrong because everyone wants to be a part of some sort of movement that's bigger than themselves. And they might see this as, oh, my neighbors are against this. I should be against it too. No, your neighbors aren't against it. Activists are against it. Do not fall for it. Do not fall for it. So text the keyword Rantz, R-A-N-T-Z, to 1-800-465-8770. I'll go ahead and send you a link to the story or go directly to KTTH.com. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Celebrity news.
I don't normally like to do celebrity news, but I like this Benson Boone, even with his stupid mustache. He's from Monroe, and he actually made something of himself. He is a musician who just earned a Grammy nomination for Best New Artist. Now, some of you said last time we talked about him, you didn't know who he was. Have you since figured out who he is?
I didn't know the name, but when you started playing his music, I was like, oh, that guy. Okay.
I'm still holding on to everything that's dead.
He's holding on to everything that's dead and gone.
I don't wanna say
He doesn't want to say goodbye because this one means forever. Jackson, it means forever.
Now you're
She's in the ground, or in the stars, but then 6 feet is she's in the ground because she's been buried. She's grandma. This is a great song. Say it's a great song.
It's a great song.
It hurts so hard for a million different reasons.
You took the best of my heart.
And something about it being in pieces.
Left the rest in peace.
See? Such a good song. I like it when actually talented people end up becoming a thing. There's been so many times which locals who aren't all that good end up getting some sort of praise for usually the wrong reasons, or they're dramatically overpraised. If anything, Benson Boone is underappreciated. And I hope he loses this, because every time someone who's a Best New Artist wins, they tend to not have a career afterward. It's like the Grammy curse. So it's good to get nominated, but it's bad to win. Can you name anybody else who's won a Best New Artist from the Grammys? Name a single one.
Well, I don't even pay attention to the Grammys.
You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. Who's won a Best Artist or Album of the Year? Name a single artist.
I don't know.
Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Beyonce.
Yeah.
The list goes on and on. You remember them. You can name those people. You can't name anyone who won Best New Artist.
Yeah.
So hopefully he loses. I know that that's a mean thing to say, but I do it because I want his
best
career.
interest at heart.
Yeah, I want his career to thrive. He's outstanding. He's only 22, so it would suck if his career just took a dive right after winning a Grammy. What's he supposed to do for the rest of his
Peak
life?
too early, you know?
Right? Ugh. So kudos to you, Monroe. This is the best thing you've produced. Period. I was going to say since, but I couldn't think of another thing Monroe has produced. God bless you all. 1-800-465-8774, your texts. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. When we come back, everyone's freaking out about a guy who's going to get illegal immigration, under control. We'll tell you who and how he'll do it when we return on The Jason Rantz Show.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Legacy Group Capital. They're based in Bellevue. They've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. And let me tell you something that's incredibly impressive. Returns with zero investor losses. It does not matter what your goal is. Maybe it's just high returns or stable returns. Maybe you want the flexibility of liquid assets. They've got funds that are tailor-made for you. You can check out their Legacy Venture Fund. It offers their highest targeted return. For someone who wants something a little bit more short-term versus long-term, you can dip your toes into their Opportunity Fund, which pays a 7% interest on short-term cash with only a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. That's the perfect place to park your short-term cash instead of having it in a savings or money market account, which earns like pennies. So head on over to LegacyG.com. I've barely touched their offerings. Legacy G, the letter G, LegacyG.com. Check out their funds. Do what's best for you. Ask any questions you might have and tell them Jason Rantz sent you. LegacyG.com.
Transform your living space into a cinematic paradise with a Northwest Security and Sound custom home theater. Enjoy movie nights like never before with stunning visuals and immersive sound rivaling the best cinemas. Perfect for entertaining friends and family. Their home automation solutions seamlessly integrate with the rest of your smart home. Don't settle for ordinary. Invest in extraordinary with Northwest Security and Sound. Visit nwsecurityandsound.com to schedule your free, no-obligation home theater dream analysis.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Steve works in biotech, and so when he was diagnosed with osteoarthritis, he knew exactly who to ask about treatment.
I asked a lot of colleagues and have worked in cell therapy and decided that was an actual option.
Steve went to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And quite frankly, I'll do anything I can to not go to surgery.
And so your research and your experience have shown you that stem cell therapy would be a viable option for other people.
As an example, there are institutions around the country and the world, Stanford is one of them, that would not be putting the amount of time and research and dollars into stem cell therapy if it didn't work.
And you'd recommend it?
For a busy lifestyle, this is the choice.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. free at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's been a real joy to be able to have this type of outcome and normalize the things that I'm able to do again.
Looking for a plumbing service that's more than just a business? Introducing Rocket Rooter. Proudly minority and veteran owned, servicing clients 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're not just local, we're your neighbors, offering special discounts for veterans and seniors. Need expert sewer and water heating services? Rocket Rooter has you covered. Rocket Rooter, where quality meets community. Call today and experience plumbing done right. Call our live operator or visit rocketrouterwa.com. That's rocketrouterwa.com.
Rocket Rooter. This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We're starting to get a look at what President-elect Donald Trump's administration will look like. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik will be serving as the ambassador to the United Nations. So this is the position formerly held by Nikki Haley. She is someone who is not just a loyal ally of Donald Trump, but part of the reason why the country knows who she is. Happened kind of recently. She was the one who really took to task university presidents over the anti-Semitism that was happening on campus. And so I imagine there's a bunch of officials, including, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu, saying, yay, because they're going to get someone who is a staunch ally of Israel. You now have not just someone who's going to defend the United States, but defend our interests and our allies. And that's an important person to have in a position like UN ambassador. She's young. She's only 40 years old. She's a little older than I am at 29. She's actually technically younger than I am.
She's quite a bit older than you.
At 29 and for 13 years. But 40 years old. I did not realize she was that young.
That sounds about...
She looks young, but I didn't realize she was young. I thought she just looked young, but was like...
baby-faced?
Yeah, just in her mid-50s or something. So I like this. There's no threat of her district going blue, although the time it's going to take to get a special election is, I mean, months away. So depending on what the final makeup of the House looks like, Republicans are expected to hold on to a razor-thin margin. This makes it even razor-thinny. Is that the word?
Thinner.
No, razor-thinny.
Oh, okay.
I like that better. It's going to get even slimmer. So we'll see where this ends up headed as to who's going to become the front runner. You've already seen some names thrown about, none of which any of you have heard of, so we're not going to dive into that too much. Lee Zeldin will head the EPA, and this is all assuming there's no problems with, in certain cases, with the Senate giving the thumbs up. Generally speaking, unless, and this is true of either administration, unless you pick a total nut job, you generally get a green light for everyone to move forward through the Senate approval process. And Lee Zeldin for EPA, folks note that he doesn't have a background in the environment, which is certainly true, but he does have a background when it comes to regulation and deregulation. And that's really why he was chosen, to look over some of the policies that the EPA has been putting in place that have almost been tailor-made to hurt capitalism, right? And so he's there to sort of undo some of that damage.
My money was on Jay Inslee getting the nod, but
I was praying, but I would be certainly happy if he just decided finally to admit he's moving to Idaho and never be heard from again. We'll see whether or not that happens. But the big deal today was Tom Homan. Tom Homan is the former chief for ICE. And he was there towards the end of the Trump administration. He was very effective. I'm going to call him a friend of the show because he's been on, 4 or 5 times. I've met him a few times. Really nice guy who's very difficult to understand because he kind of hold this and mumble a little bit.
His marble mouth.
But I love this guy. I think he's really, really strong, which is why the left is so freaked out today. Like, they're going overboard in pushing back. He was on Fox and Friends this morning saying, I think it's going to be pretty clear what I'm going to do as border czar, the opposite of what Kamala Harris did, which was nothing.
Frankly, I don't care what people think about me, especially on the left. Now, again, when you have a historic crisis, a crisis this big, here's what they need to know. When you have a crisis this big that overwhelms the Border Patrol, where the majority of Border Patrol are no longer on patrol, they're making sandwiches, they're changing diapers, they're making baby formula, they're making hospital runs, they're making airport runs. When you take most of Border Patrol agents off the border to deal with humanitarian crisis, that's when the fentanyl comes across to kill 250,000 Americans. That's when the sex trafficking has increased 600%. That's when no suspected terrorists has crossed this country. They've had a record of people on terrorist watch list that have been arrested at the southern border. That's why you have over 2 million gotaways. How many of them came from a country sponsoring terror? So I don't care what anybody's opinion is on illegal immigration. When you create a crisis this big, all these other bad things happen. That's why you have to secure the border.
Now, cue all the people who will clutch their pearls. This is where he's going to round up millions of people and put them in internment camps. That's not going to happen. We wouldn't be capable of doing that if we wanted to. Turns out you can't just implement an internment camp, by the way. Tom Homan, as he points out, and as the administration or do we call them a pre-administration, has pointed out this entire time, they're going to prioritize. They're not just going to go ahead and round up random people. Show me your papers. And if you don't have them, they put you on a plane to, I don't know, Mexico, where they're supposed to go. No, you're going to go after the folks who are committing crimes, who are dangerous. And I don't mean crimes purely being in this country illegally. That's not going to be prioritized. And it shouldn't be prioritized. Of the people who are in this country illegally, you know what I'd like to go after? The murderers. The murderers and rapists that we were told wasn't happening. They weren't coming into this country at all. And that Donald Trump said that murderers and rapists were coming here was clearly a way to label all illegal immigrants murderers and rapists, which just seems like a stupid position to take because he did not say that. The majority of people coming into this country are doing so for what they believe are the right reasons. Reasons I totally understand. Doesn't make it right. But we are certainly in the need of prioritizing the criminals that the left pretend don't exist. Those ones. The ones literally raping and murdering, the ones who are committing break-ins and robberies over and over and over again, the ones who are part of gangs. It seems like, and again, this could be a controversial position, they should be deported immediately. I mean, if they committed any crime here and we're catching them, obviously they should first pay a price and then be deported, but they should be deported at some point and not protected. The left protects them. The left holds policies that in addition to having open borders, they treat every single person in this country illegally exactly the same. They make no difference between, say, a family that comes here for a better life versus someone who's a gang member who comes here to take life. They make no difference. They hold no difference between those two on the radical left. That's why we call them radical left. I do make a difference between them. I see a clear difference. Now, the complaint here will be what we heard in 2016 through 2020, which is, you're separating families, which is odd because that happened under Biden and they stopped saying anything. I mean, part of what Tom Homan's going to do as border czar as well, he made this point on Varney and Company this morning. He basically said, there are like hundreds of thousands of children who we can't track, who came into this country without a guardian, without a family member. They were picked up by someone who said that they were a family member and then never heard of or heard from again. We're going to go ahead and track those people down because we want to make sure that those kids are not being abused. Under the Biden administration, they chose not to do that because they didn't want to turn this into a controversy. So all the AOCs of the world who staged photo ops in front of parking lots because there was a fence nearby and then cried in this weird pose of like almost taking a knee like you're about to break down, except there was nothing in front of her and she wasn't crying. I think I saw in the back an intern with cut up onions that I guess they rubbed in her face beforehand. They're going to be complaining about this again. And on this very issue, Tom Homan was just on 60 Minutes, 2-ish weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago? Something around that?
Yeah.
Within the last month. And they already knew his name was going to come up as being a part of this administration in some way. They didn't know borders are at the moment. But listen to how he handled some of the criticisms.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
I don't think she appreciates giving him that idea. But yeah, everyone can be deported at once. That's how it works. I mean, or would you prefer that we just deport the parents and leave the children here? I mean, really what the issue that they're going to try to make this to be about is they want, and this was, I didn't like this term when it was used, but the concept certainly makes sense. They're anchor children. Anchor babies was the term that was used. The way it ended up getting used, I think, by some folks on the right was over the top. It was a relax. They're coming here, they're immediately having an anchor baby. They're popping one out so that they stay. However, the left is going to use that as a reason why we should not deport certain folks. Well, they've got kids. Okay, we're not saying we're going to keep the kids. We're returning everybody if they're in this country illegally. Tom Homan from last year, not last year, the last year of the administration got hauled in front of a House committee. AOC was on it.
It was like 2019.
Was it 2019? Was it that? So it was
yeah,
close.
because I saw it on Twitter, yeah.
So she gets in front of Tom Homan in this committee and tries to humiliate him. And the problem with people who are, I want to say this delicately, stupid, it doesn't normally work out for you when you try to humiliate people who know more than you do.
Of the many that you recommended family separation.
I recommend zero tolerance.
Which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman, with
family.
all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum, you go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, it is true. You can legally seek asylum. Like, there's nothing illegal about seeking asylum. The part that's illegal is crossing the border without checking in and then getting caught and then claiming asylum. That's how this works. And that's how it has worked. Now, under this current administration, they've allowed people to get away with that. Under the new administration, no. And my guess is maybe in the next 17 seconds, we'll get a story inevitably about a caravan of thousands of illegal immigrants forming and coming to the border to try to get over before the Trump administration takes office. That is inevitable. It will 100% happen. It's likely happening right this moment. We just haven't seen it reported yet. And then we'll see whether or not Biden and Kamala Harris are true about wanting to keep the border secure. Because remember, the politics no longer at play here. The politics of running a presidential campaign, they don't exist anymore. So let's not pretend that we'll be shocked when the numbers start to tick up of people coming into this country illegally, which is just more work for the new administration, but they don't care. When they decided to secure the border or make it more secure as it was in the last 3.5 years, they only did it. They only did it so it wouldn't hurt them come election day. It still hurt them come election day because we might have short memories and we might not be able to identify policy by name, right? The average person, if I asked them about a certain policy and I named it, they wouldn't be able to define it. Certain policies, I would be I was like, I don't know. I've never heard it referred to that way. That's almost done intentionally. But they do know big picture problems, especially when it impacts them personally. And illegal immigration has impacted everyone in this country personally in some way. Maybe indirectly, but they've experienced what it means to live in a country that has allowed for open borders. Democrats suffered a significant price as a result of that. And now we get Tom Homan. Yeah. I liked him. He's a good guy. I'm curious who's going to be slated for Homeland Security Secretary. We'll see. And notably, Tom Homan said, he reports directly to President Trump on this, as borders are. So he's not going to go through like ICE. He's going to go directly to the president. And something tells me Donald Trump would just be like, yeah, get it done. You could have a meeting with me when you get something done. How about that? He's going to have a lot of power to get it done. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Johnny Tsunami. They're online at getjohnny.com. You're going to want to get Johnny to put up your Christmas lights. Now is the time to start thinking about the design, thinking about how you want to be the envy of everyone in the neighborhood without having to spend hours untangling lights. You get to the point where it's just this big ball of lights. You're like, how am I supposed to untangle this? Don't worry about it. Let the experts over at Johnny Tsunami do this for you. Let them climb the ladder, which is dangerous. Don't do this on your own. Because of their full lighting service, you get professional installation, you get custom designs, you get next day touch-ups, and even off-season storage, which means they come back and they take the lights down. They cover it all. Light packages start at just $800, and right now, you can get $100 off, exclusions apply. So ditch the ladder, ditch the tangled mess of lights, and getjohnny.com. Getjohnny.com or call 206-207-9411. 206-207-9411 or getjohnny.com.
This is David at Northwest Safe. Looking for a gun safe but don't want to wait until Black Friday? We got you covered because our Black Friday sale is all month long. We have truckloads of specially discounted Liberty safes at the lowest prices of the year. American-made 12-gun rifle safes, just $4.99. Shop early for the best selection. Every Liberty safe on sale, the best in-home delivery, and no sales tax on gun safes. Have questions? Call our expert staff at 888-404-SAFE, online at nwsafe.com.
This is a test of your emergency alert system.
Hi, Dave Ross for American Crawl Space and Pest Services. Just a few months ago, I told you American Crawl Space and Pest Services had already given out over $1 million in PSE rebates this year alone. That number is quickly approaching the $2 million mark. If your home was built before 1990, you could be eligible to have 100% of your insulation project paid for through PSE rebates. And since the busy season for Mark and the American Crawl team is on the horizon, you should take advantage of the incredible rebates and savings by hiring who I hired and who I trust. American Crawl, the team to call, online at americancrawl.com.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you for tuning in on this Monday afternoon. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend of talking to your kids about the importance of identifying propaganda in the classroom. Now, some of you probably did not do that this weekend, but I'm telling you it's important because I'm betting that indoctrination, anti-Trump bias, all that stuff is going to get even worse over the course of the next 4 years. There's been no indication that the left looked at this last election and said, maybe we've gone too far with all the wokeness. There's no indication of that. In fact, right now, the indication is they're quadrupling down on all this garbage. And it's going to happen. We covered some local stories a couple weeks ago about it already happening, and President Trump hadn't even won yet. But in the Moreno Valley Unified School District in Southern California, it's near LA, they ended up putting a history teacher on leave because of a profanity-filled rant that he went on in his classroom. They haven't identified the teacher publicly, but it's Moreno Valley. You don't even know what that is, so you're not going to know the guy. We'll just call him John. So let's not call him John, because what if there's a teacher named John there who's now going to get, harassed because of this? Let's just call him Jackson. So Jackson was a teacher there, and he compared Donald Trump to Hitler.
This is not a game.
It's not a game.
Does that make sense, everybody?
No. It was all bleeped.
Can't emphasize this enough. Can you end up in a concentration camp in your lifetime?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I mean.
Can you end up with no human rights?
No.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Will it happen to you?
No.
Most likely not.
Okay, that's good at least.
Which is a good thing.
Right.
But has Donald Trump quoted Hitler?
No.
Yes.
No.
Does he embody some of Hitler's ideas?
No.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, yes. This is better not be a pop quiz, because I've just flunked. Now, why did Kamala Harris lose? Oh, God.
Why did he win? He won several key states Kamala lost. Pennsylvania, Michigan.
All of them.
Wisconsin.
He won all the key
Georgia,
states.
Nevada, Arizona. These key battleground states. Why did he win them?
He's better.
Look. Why did he win them? Why would someone who in Wisconsin would vote for Joe Biden, a geriatric old Republican racist who's running as a Democrat, why would they all of a sudden not vote for Kamala Harris, a young person who has no bad record?
He doesn't have any bad record. I do like that Joe Biden is actually a Republican who's a race. Really? Joe Biden's a Republican? Oh, okay. I guess you can tell where this guy stands politically if he thinks Joe Biden's a Republican.
Anybody to the right of Marx.
Right? Oh, my God. What does that say about Kamala Harris?
And who has effective policy for the future. Jariah. She has a vagina, if I use a different word. She has a vagina and uterus, and what else?
Having a vagina and a uterus, sir, what does that mean? Can you define her gender for me?
What is a woman?
Yes, please. Is that how we're defined? What about the women who have the opposite of a vagina? How about that, sir? Oh, now you're angry, aren't you? I can see he's turning red. There's going to be a vein that's going to pop out of his head.
She has melanin. She's mixed
melanin.
Race. I'm upset. I'm disappointed.
He's mad?
I'm not surprised.
Okay.
That's because back in July when Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala took over, I cried for a week.
Oh, my God. Nonstop?
Because I knew what?
You cried for a week nonstop? That's not healthy. A whole week? Did you sleep and eat? What do you mean nonstop? Sir, are you sure you want to be telling your students this? Because it sounds like you need serious help. Serious help, man.
I knew what? I knew that if we got the best candidate in the entire country, and it was a brown woman,
I thought she was black.
People wouldn't vote for her. I knew that there were white people and non-white people that were men that would show up and would rather vote for literally anybody except someone with a uterus who has melanin. And those female students of color in this room know exactly what I'm talking about.
The alternative teacher's like, what is he talking about? Sir, what are you talking about? My parents voted for Trump.
Why is he yelling at them like a drill sergeant, too?
Because he's not a stable human being. And again, this is an obvious case of bias in the classroom. It's obviously inappropriate. And so a student was wise enough to start to record. And I don't know the law in California about recording. Something tells me the kid will be fine. But I am all about documenting the legal way. So when you can legally, you record. Whether it's just audio or video, especially if you want me to get it on Fox News, it should be video. Taking screenshots of assignments or photos of assignments, crazy things that are up on a wall in a classroom. Take photos of this. It is important, parents, that you talk to your kids about documenting. And as I said last week and the week before, it was way easier to identify this kind of garbage when students were working in, at the dining room table on their laptop, and you were doing your own thing during COVID, and in the back of the house, you hear a voice talking about how Trump is a white supremacist and how there's 14,000 different genders that you can hold all at once or none at all, depending on your mood and time of day. And you're like, wait, what did I just hear? And then you realize what was going on in the classroom. You can't do that right now, can you? And so you have to rely on your kids to not just identify and then document and then report the obvious like this, but the not so obvious, the subtle, the way that stories and topics and questions are framed. They have to be able to pick up on that. And the only way they're truly going to learn how to do that is if you teach them. You have to teach them. And maybe it's just best to err on the side of caution, and every day you're supposed to be talking to your kid anyway, even if they're kind of bratty sometimes. You're supposed to have a conversation with them anyway. Talk to them beyond, how was your day? That was the conversation that I always had. That was the opening question when I got into the car when my mom picked me up from school. So how was your day? It was fine. That's it. You don't really get any answers. So ask more pointed questions. What did your history teacher talk about today? What were you told in biology? Ask those questions. Go over assignments. A lot of this stuff is online, the assignments at least. Go over it with your kid. And if there's anything that shouldn't be there, let us know. But make sure you're also letting the school district know or the school principal know. There are ways to do this without being retaliated against. It's a Jason Rantz Show.
When it comes to selling your gold, silver, jewelry, and coins, trust matters. At Bellevue Rare Coins, they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews by offering fair prices and an honest, no-pressure experience. With decades of expertise, their friendly staff is here to help you every step of the way. Visit one of 4 locations in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, or Tacoma and see why customers trust Bellevue Rare Coins with their most valuable items. For a free evaluation, stop by or visit BellevueRareCoins.com today. Bellevue Rare Coins, trusted, reviewed, and here for you.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized healthcare. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. KTTH listeners are in for a treat because I'm here in studio with Harold Carr from the law offices of Harold D. Carr. And we're talking about what to do if you're involved in an auto accident. Where did they start?
Well, honestly, they need to get treatment and try to get well. I would say that they should seek legal advice immediately because the insurance company will take advantage of them immediately, too. Don't give a recorded statement to the insurance company and seek a law firm to be able to help you through this process.
So why should they contact the law offices of Harold D. Carr?
I recommend that they call a law firm and at least sit down with us and have a conversation. It's free to do that. Then make a decision. If we can help them, we'll let them know. And if they want to hire us, we'll definitely do a good job for them.
They have 6 office locations, but can also intake any case remotely. The law offices of Harold D. Carr, HaroldCarrattorney.com, C-A-R-R, 2 R's in Carr. Car accident, call Carr, HaroldCarrattorney.com.
Does your body need a detox? Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder,
what happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Your home for conservative thought. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Honoring those who served. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News.
It's the last time I will stand here at Arlington as Commander-in-Chief. It's been the greatest honor of my life to lead you, to serve you, to care for you, to defend you.
President Biden laying a wreath at Arlington National Cemetery this Veterans Day.
Just as they routinely put aside differences to work together, this is the moment. This is the moment to come together as a nation, to keep faith in each other.
The president also announcing an expansion of the PACT Act, legislation that provides help for veterans who are exposed to toxic chemicals impacted by cancer. The president also took part in a Veterans Day ceremony in his home state of Delaware, where a plaque honoring his late son, Bo, was unveiled. President-elect Trump continues to assemble his cabinet. The Wall Street Journal reports he's selected Florida Congressman Mike Waltz as National Security Advisor and has named former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin as the head of the EPA. Zeldin tells Fox,
I'm excited to get into work to implement President Trump's economic agenda, and I think the American people are so hungry for it. It's one of the big reasons why they're sending him back to the White House.
Earlier today, Trump nominated New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik as UN ambassador and longtime advisor Stephen Miller as deputy chief of policy. Rainfall in New York and New Jersey not doing much to help as wildfires continue to burn.
Due to the extreme drought and dry conditions we were having, it is still an active wildfire.
New Jersey Forest Service fire warden Christopher Faranick, a parks employee, was killed over the weekend. In California, the mountain fire in Ventura County is about 36% contained. It's destroyed more than 170 structures, most of them homes. The Pentagon says the U.S. military has carried out airstrikes against 9 targets associated with Iranian groups in Syria. America's listening to Fox News.
Our nation's economic problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight. Dr. Ron Paul here, and this is why I recommend diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold, a proven bedrock in any economy, with my friends at Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold. Text the word SHELTER to 989898. That's SHELTER to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Ouch! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are live on AM 770 KTTH. We are streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app. Seattle's most insufferable columnist has another hot take. Kamala Harris had more experience than Donald Trump, and that she lost proves you're all racist and sexist. Oof, that's what's trending.
What's trending? Everything is racist.
It really is hard to keep up with the excuses flying out of left-wing media whenever a quote-unquote politician of color loses a race, falls short. One of the most insufferable columnists in the country, certainly the most insufferable columnist in Seattle, Naomi Ishizaka of the Seattle Times. Locally, she's leading the pity parade. She complains about Kamala Harris losing, blaming it on supposedly racist and sexist Americans. Now, what she wrote in her piece, I shouldn't even say wrote, what she complains and whines about. She says, for the second time in 8 years, Trump defeated a woman who had more experience and qualifications for the job, proving the first time around was not a fluke or an aberration, but a true reflection of how the country feels. Now, that's a very familiar tune. We've heard this before. When a Democrat female loses, it's due to sexism. If she happens to be black or Latina, it must be because of racism. If it's someone who's a Republican who loses, well, she was a sellout anyway. You know, she was just a bad candidate. No one ever complains about racism or sexism if it's a Republican. Now, we're supposed to, of course, ignore the fact that Harris doesn't actually have a track record of success. We're supposed to ignore the fact that American voters, regardless of race, but including black and Latino Americans, just clearly prefer Donald Trump. We're supposed to pretend that Kamala Harris has more experience to become president than the candidate who actually was president? Does that make any sense whatsoever? Accomplishments and experience does matter, sure. If Donald Trump had not already been president, sure, I would say that technically on a resume level, Kamala Harris as a politician has more experience. I don't necessarily know that means you're more qualified for a position. You know who's the most qualified? This person who's of the right age and an American citizen who can run. That's, you know, we only have 2 qualifications here. That's about it. Now, you telling me someone is a lifelong politician versus a successful business person, I'll look at your record as a politician, but I'm going to always lean towards the business person who has had some success. But of course, this is a narrative from Naomi Ishizaka that is the same tired, lazy one pursued over and over and over again. We're all bigots. Every single person is a bigot if you don't do what Naomi Ishizaka and other Democrats want you to do.
Did she complain about Barack Obama's lack of qualifications when he defeated John McCain?
No, you see, he had life experience as a member of a marginalized community. Thus, he was especially qualified. She is obsessed with identity. Democrats on the radical left are obsessed with identity. And they seem incapable of being reflective, offering an honest assessment of what happened, which was we just were not impressed by Kamala Harris. Not even Democrats were impressed by Kamala Harris. That's why when she ran for president in 2016, she did not even make it to the first contest. She didn't even make it to Iowa. She dropped out. Why? Did Democrats at the time all say, we can't support this woman? She's a woman, back when they could define what a woman was. And she's black. We can't have that person represent us. We, the Democratic Party, are racist. They, of course, didn't say that. We didn't hear that complaint from Naomi Ishizaka and the others. And had she even bothered to hate watch anything other than MSNBC, perhaps actually talk to someone outside of the liberal Seattle bubble, maybe talk to someone, you don't even have to go that far, go talk to someone in Auburn. Talk to someone in Burien. Go talk to someone in Kenmore. Just talk to like a normal person, not Sammamish or Issaquah, sorry. Y'all are nuts. But like talk to like normal people outside of Seattle, and you know what you'll find out? The writing was on the wall. We knew that this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. We talked about this all the time. You guys knew it was going to happen. Maybe did we have doubts because In the back of our mind, we were saying, man, we're just getting clobbered with all of the media coverage on the left telling us that he's going to get clobbered. You see that Iowa Seltzer poll? Oh, my gosh. Like maybe in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, God, what if we're wrong? But for the most part, we all said, no, we're right on this. Kamala Harris has been a horrible vice president. No accomplishments of her own. Maybe she was set up to fail. Maybe not. I don't know. But we can say she was, in fact, a failure. And thank God, voters did not fall for this lazy strategy. The whole messaging was, vote for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. Vote for her because she's a black woman. But what about her ideas? No, black woman. But Donald Trump has ideas. No, white, cisgendered male, heterosexual. Can't do it. There's a reason why a record number of black and Latino voters decided to go with Donald Trump. It's not because they're self-hating. It's not because they're brainwashed. Maybe Naomi Ishizaki believes that, but that's not the reality. It's because Donald Trump delivered results that matter to them. A booming economy, low unemployment rates across all different demographics, policies that made us feel safe and secure. We had a border that was secure. And it wasn't, of course, just black and Latino voters who showed up in addition to the white dudes. Women showed up in significant numbers. Women in this country don't see themselves in Kamala Harris's failures. They see an elite, out-of-touch politician who's more interested in pandering to different groups than actually getting us to a place of progress. I mean, even in this column, she said that women were supposed to, quote unquote, understand the assignment, which was to support Kamala Harris because she's a woman. It's just so disgusting. And of course, it's not just Naomi Ishizaki who's pushing this garbage. You do have some people now at least saying the right things, but trying to revise history. Joe Scarborough is a perfect example of this. And maybe because so few people watch his stupid show on MSNBC, he thinks he can get away with this, but we do have the interwebs and we have access to clips. He went off today about how I told you so. I told you so. If you would lean into all this crazy, we would lose this. Meanwhile, I distinctly remember on election day, he was talking about in a passionate rant about how we're going to have internment camps and he's an authoritarian and Trump is a Nazi, all that stuff. But you see, he apparently had been warning all of us about a variety of issues, including transgender issues.
But we were very critical about a man who was a swimmer in the Ivy League who transitioned and swam against women, and suddenly he went from like the 386th best swimmer to against men to like the first against women. And I remember saying something about it at the time, and people going, "Oh my God, how dare you say that? Why, you're a radical extremist." I said, "No, actually, there's a Pew poll out that shows 85% of Americans agree with me." And it's so fascinating, Zanny. It's so fascinating that all of these people who have been championing women all of these years sort of abandoned girls who had been waking up and their parents have been driving them to go swimming or running track and field from the time they were 5 years old at 5 o'clock in the morning on Saturdays and Sundays. And suddenly they abandoned them and won't say a word because they're afraid they're going to be canceled. It's insanity.
Yeah, you know, one thing that Joe Scarborough and Morning Joe was known for was really pushing back against the woke madness.
Always a voice of reason.
Always, every single time. Whenever it came to either gender identity or policing issues, oh my God, regardless, he was always on the right side of things. Because he is a Republican after all. I mean, he even pretended that he was pushing against some of the anti-police rhetoric.
I mean, maybe it makes you feel good when you see people trash college campuses. I know it doesn't. But maybe it makes progressives go, oh, it's like the 60s all over again. Well, guess what? Most Americans didn't like the trashing of college campuses in the 60s. That's why Richard Nixon got elected twice. Why he got elected out of 49 states in 1972. But yeah, trashing of college campuses. Can't even send your kids to campus safely. Defunding the police. Back in 2020, we were talking here. Reverend Al, let me bring you in here on defunding the police.
Well, what is he going to add to this conversation? Because If memory serves, I know where he stood on this.
You and I were talking about how representatives in the toughest parts of New York City, in real time, were saying, defund the police. No. We need more police on the street protecting our children as we walk to school. We need more children in the classroom. In the classrooms, more police officers, safety officers, so our children can go to and from class, so our businesses can be safe.
Don't you remember all those impassioned speeches pushing him back against the insanity on his network? I remember distinctly when he said, hey, remember what that racist Joy Reid just said last night about all cops being bastards? It's nonsense. She's a racist and she hates cops. Don't you remember that?
Joe has always stood athwart the radicalism at MSNBC.
It's truly remarkable how much revision is going on here. And, in fairness, it's not like it was only Joe Scarborough on that show who was crazy. He always has crazy guests on. And when you don't push back against the crazy, sorry, I'm going to assume that you're okay with the crazy and don't view it as crazy. Someone says a crazy thing on this show, I'm going to say, well, that's a crazy thing you just said. Can you please repeat yourself or clarify? He doesn't do that.
Really, the only issue that he kind of pushed back on was anti-Semitism.
That was it, but barely.
Yeah.
He started to do it, and then he stopped.
Yeah.
He did start. I'll give him that. He was okay on that until he got, I guess, a little bit of maybe Joy Reid was giving him that evil look in the hallway.
He got some notes.
He's just like, hey, Joe, I heard your commentary about Zionists this morning, and I don't appreciate it. But now we're supposed to pretend that he's not one of the elitists in the ivory towers.
You look at surveys for white elitists who write books about white fragility and talk about how horrible the United States of America is. You look at the surveys, and it shows that more Black Americans and Hispanic Americans believe in the American dream than those people spouting those extreme positions. Yeah, we say every day we have a long way to go to be a more perfect union, but being an extremist and setting one party up to lose year after year, every 4 years, that's no way to do it.
You truly got to love Joe Scarborough. He's kind of like Mark Cuban. In case you didn't see the news over the weekend, he got caught deleting some of his pro-Kamala Harris posts on X. He got caught deleting it. Why? Because he knows that people have short memories. He knows that folks aren't going to just instinctively remember, but he also knows that there's some people who are sleuths who do remember things, who will then go on his account, let's say 8 months from now, and do some keyword searches and find some of the posts that he made that were embarrassingly false and nonsensical and then get used against him, right? So he started to delete some of the stuff, hoping people wouldn't find out. Why would he do that? Because he's embarrassed that he was such a shill for Kamala Harris. And it was odd because Mark Cuban, while he does tweet politically, I've never seen him be so political in the sense of like showing up to events and basically being a surrogate for a candidate, which is precisely what it is he became. Like he never did that before, but he chose to do. Of all the people to choose to do that for, Kamala, really? You would do it for Kamala Harris? Like, I get it if you do it for Pete Buttigieg, because at least he's bright. He's a smart guy. He's incredibly dishonest, but he's very smart. I think we can say that about Pete. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
He is. He's a Rhodes Scholar, wasn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
You think the people like Tim Walsh, who gave J.D. Vance a hard time for being a Yale educated attorney, will say, oh, you know, that Pete Buttigieg and that Rhodes Scholarship. You think they'll dismiss that? Wait, no, excuse me. Let me just clarify. We're never going to hear from Tim Walsh again.
Probably.
We will never hear from Tim Walsh again. People already forgot him. He's just that weird guy who was chosen to be VP for some inexplicable reason outside of him not being Jewish. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending at the border?
So everyone on the left seems to be freaking out about Donald Trump's choice of border czar Tom Homan, friend of the show. And one of those voices is Maria Cardona, who gets the title Democrat Strategist. I don't know if that's the title they give someone who's just a Democrat who shows up on television. I don't know if she's actually a strategist, but
what does the strategist actually do?
Strategize, provide strategy. You probably should not listen to the folks who went on TV and talked about how the message from Kamala Harris was the best message and obviously better than what Donald Trump was selling. Probably shouldn't go to the woman who just 2 weeks ago claimed that Donald Trump's comment about quote unquote good people on both sides, which he dramatically took out of context, was the reason for Charlottesville. Especially because the comment came after Charlottesville and y'all pretended he was talking about the white supremacists from Charlottesville. But listen to her on CNN today.
Our community is going to go through pain. Our community is going to go through cruelty. That is not what anyone voted for. And in fact, I will tell the American electorate, if the administration, if the incoming Trump administration goes through this, here's the people that they're going to go after. They're going to go after your kids' classmates. They're going to go after your delivery guy. They're going to go after the people who take care of your kids.
Which is real quickly. Can I pick the delivery guy you go after? Because the one dude who just cannot put my Amazon package in the right location, I'm totally okay if you want to deport. He's not even in this country illegally.
Just do it anyway.
Just do it. Because each part of the mailroom has like areas for different parts of the building, like floors 1 through 10, 11 through 20. And he keeps putting mine in the 1 through 10. Do I seem like the kind of person who doesn't make enough money to live at least above the 20th floor?
Oh, no, you're probably on top.
Come on, man. But he puts it in the 1 through 10, and I can never find my package. It's clearly labeled. So if you're going to go ahead and deport, I'm okay with him.
They're going to go after.
And by the way, I think he's from Tacoma. Just keep him in Tacoma, maybe.
After the people who work in restaurants. They're going to go after the business owners in your community. They're going to go after the people who work and who own the farmers markets that you love going to on weekends.
No one owns a farmers market. You mean the farmers who show up at the farmers market? I mean, I guess there's a company that puts on and organizes, but it's not. I mean, does she understand? Oh, God.
This is going to be a snapshot of.
They're going to come after the Democratic strategists, okay? Just know that.
Incredible pain and cruelty. And this is, again, they tried to do a semblance of this in 2017, and we saw the backlash. So,
Hey, you do understand when you say we saw the backlash, you know what we just literally saw? The opposite. We saw the embrace. We saw voters saying we do want these policies. Is anyone confused about where Donald Trump stood on the issue of illegal immigration? Anyone?
I think he was pretty unambiguous.
He branded himself around it, and Democrats certainly did what they could to make sure we knew that brand. And what did people do in response? They embraced it. So what she's basically saying is that the thing you just all embrace, he's going to do, and you're going to hate it. But no, they said, please do it. Please do it. And as much as she wants you to believe, Maria Cardona wants you to believe that he's just going to go in and take away all your kids' best friends in school, because apparently all your kids' best friends are in this country illegally. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You know that, right? And they keep selling us this doomsday approach to immigration policy that no one views as doomsday. And the stuff that she says is going to happen that people might object to isn't actually going to happen. They don't have the mechanisms in place to do that. No one is actually expecting 24 million people to be removed. It's not going to happen. He can commit the full power of the United States government to enforcing immigration law and deporting people in this country illegally. He still would not be able to get rid of 24 million people. It doesn't quite work like that.
Certainly not in 4 years.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, it's not going to happen. But what if he runs for another term? But he can't. But what if he does? But no, he can't. It's unconstitutional. Yeah, but he's an authoritarian. No, he's not.
There might be another insurrection.
Oh my God! Please kill me. I set a reminder this morning with my Apple iPhone. I said her name, although I changed her voice to a British man's voice. And I said, "Hey, blah blah blah. Remind me on January 6th to write a blog about whether or not Pramila Jayapal, the Seattle Congresswoman, is going to try to lead her insurrection again and try to stop the vote, the Electoral College vote from being counted." Because you know she's going to do it again. She's in the news today. She did a press conference with other lunatics about how she's going to stand in the way of deportation. She's going to do what she can to keep the border open, which is what she's known for. Open Borders, Pramila is her name, as of right this moment.
Maybe King 5 and Brady Wakayama will get on that story.
Oh, God. You know what would be the worst thing? Brady Wakayama and Cornelius Hawker of King 5 get together. They just double team a story. I think I would projectile vomit, like everywhere. There would not be a cover of this. There would not be any part of this studio that's not covered in vomit if I were to see both of them on screen together.
I'm glad I have this nice big divider.
Oh, no, you don't understand. The velocity of said projectile vomit would be so fast and powerful. It would just, the acoustics of will shatter the soundproof 4-inch thick pane of glass between us.
There'd be glass all over the floor.
It would just go everywhere. You wouldn't even be able to see the glass because of all the vomit on the floor. If we were to ever get that report, you better pray. If such a report ever were to happen, it doesn't happen between 3 and 7 on a weekday afternoon. You better pray. And anyone around me better hope I never see this report and you're in a 3.5 block vicinity, because you will be impacted. You will be impacted. 1-800-465. Other than that, Maria Cardona is very good at what she does, and I would hire her if I were a Democrat running for office.
Great strategist.
Yeah. Oof. The strategy that comes out of her. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. When we come back, we're going to dive into the big local this hour, brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company.
And now here's Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial Services. Here's Brian Evans.
Today I want to talk about the difference between dollar cost averaging and sequence of return risk. Basically, dollar cost averaging is getting into markets. It's investing over time, a certain amount periodically, as opposed to all in one lump sum trying to pick the right day. And so 401k plans are really good at this because you can invest when markets are high, invest when they're low. The funny thing is, it's better to invest when they're low, when you don't feel good about the markets. When the Dow was 35,000, everybody wanted to invest in the market. Then it dropped 20% and people were a little reticent about investing in the market. Actually, that's the best time to put money in. So that's dollar cost averaging, where you don't know when the markets are going to be high or low. You believe they'll be higher later in your life. So you invest periodically, and over time that can grow really well. Now, sequence of return risk has to do with pulling money out of the market. And so there's many studies that we can show you that show if you don't have the right sequence of return, it can really have a devastating effect on your retirement planning. So how do you combat that? Well, in retirement planning, you want to be able to be pulling money from sources other than the stock market periodically, because you don't know when the stock market's going to drop. When it drops and you're pulling money out, you'll never get that money back. So you want to have alternative income sources to provide your cash flow in retirement while leaving the stock market part alone as much as possible. So it's very important to understand the difference between dollar cost averaging, which is an investment strategy getting into the market over time, and sequence of return risk, which is a strategy for taking money out of the markets in retirement.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong roots. And the same is true for your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and get started to request your Rooted Wealth analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
If you've been considering building your dream home or trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, but you don't know where to start, then you need to talk to Legacy Group Capital. Jason Rantz here. I spoke with Scott Rarucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, about what makes his company different than working with a bank or credit union. First, banks and credit unions make it so much harder than it needs to be. They don't specialize in construction, so there's tons of red tape and endless approval guidelines. Legacy Group Capital are the experts for common sense residential construction loans. For homeowners, Legacy Group Capital will advise you every step of the way with things like budget and timeline, ensuring the completion of your dream home. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, they'll source your next deal, provide permitting services, and if you're short on equity, they'll invest alongside of you. Legacy Group Capital has lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders and hundreds of homeowners. Construction loans don't have to be hard. Borrow smart with a common sense construction loan from Legacy Group Capital. Visit them at legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
We live in a scary world of burglary and theft. Thankfully, there's Northwest Security and Sound. Northwest Security and Sound is your local solution for state-of-the-art security installation, monitoring, and home automation. With over 71 years of experience and 5-star Google reviews, no job is too complex. Plus, when you monitor your home or business with a burglary or fire system, you may qualify for an insurance discount. Your family, your home, and your business are precious. Get to nwsecurityandsound.com to schedule your free, no-obligation analysis.
Olympia, Sammamish, Lakewood, Bellevue.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Bellingham, Kirkland, Z-Town.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Hey, look at that, 4:30 on a weekday afternoon. That means it's time for the Big Local. Brought to you by Alpine Specialty Services. They're online at alpineclean.com. It's the part of the show where we completely ignore the stories coming out of Seattle and instead focus all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. And we start in Spanaway, where I am almost conflicted with how I feel on this story. Kelly has owned a black and gray tabby named Bob for over 3 years. It's an adorable cat. And I don't say that about cats because I find cats, unless they're kittens, to be grotesque and annoying. But this one looks pretty cool. He's an outdoor cat. And she obviously loves him. The Tacoma News-Tribune says of Bob, he enjoys roaming outside, walking along a fence, and visiting neighbors for free handouts. Oh, a little socialist cat. But on October 1st, Bob didn't come home for dinner. Kelly spent weeks searching for Bob. And just when you're getting into like mid-third week, she found him. She found him. But she doesn't know if she's ever going to get him back. TNT says Bob had been stolen, taken to an animal shelter, and soon after adopted by a new family when no one claimed him. And this is why Kelly Duquette has filed a lawsuit trying to get her cat Bob back. She sued the Humane Society for Tacoma and Pierce County, asking a court to issue an order to return Bob. She accused the shelter of being negligent and then getting in the way of her trying to recover poor Bob. She said in an interview with the Tacoma News Tribune, "I don't care about paying the filing fee. This is a family member that somebody took." The spokesperson for Tacoma Pierce County Humane Society declined to address the allegations. Instead, she says, "Our focus remains on providing compassionate care for every animal who comes through the doors, but not the animal's owners." We don't show compassion there, apparently. Look at little Bob. Look at him.
He's cute.
He's so adorable. Now, the lawsuit was just filed about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And it said that by the time Kelly learned Bob had been at the shelter, it was too late because the cat had already gone off with the new family. She blamed the shelter for not recognizing that Bob appeared well cared for, unlike a typical stray, accused them of inaccurately describing Bob on its website, which she says caused her to dismiss the missing cat as her own while she was searching for him. TNT also says she criticized the shelter for declining to provide her with the contact information of the adoptive family. Instead, the shelter had tried unsuccessfully as of last Thursday to reach the family to see if they would be willing to return the cat. So here's the part of me that's almost in conflict. I'm 100% on her side, but in the back of my mind, I have concocted a story. I don't know if this is true of the family that adopted, but let's say it's a family who's got kids who adopted the cat, and now the kids are in love with the cat. You're putting that family in a tough spot. They should still do the right thing and return Bob to his owner. But if you've got the kid in the background saying, I love this little guy, he's my favorite, I will die without him. Like, that's kind of a tough, crummy spot to be in as a parent. Now, if it turns out that this is just some, lonely woman or lonely dude who's got Bob, tough luck. You know how many cats are out there? Seriously, do you know how many cats you can get right now at this shelter alone? They're always complaining about having too many.
Oh, yeah, there's always tons of cats at animal
cats
shelter.
Are everywhere. You can get another cat. Bring Bob back. Isn't that going? BBB? Bring Bob back? I feel bad for Kelly, who just wants her cat back. And again, think of it in terms of whatever kind of animal you have. Dog, cat, emu. You love your animal. Some other family, through no fault of their own, ends up adopting it, not realizing. You're going to do anything to get that animal back. And what's going on that they can't reach the family? How hard is it to reach the family? You've got an address. You've got a phone number, right? You've got an email. You get all that when you're doing an adoption, don't you? No one at Tacoma Humane Society can go over and just knock on the door or just steal the cat back and pretend, I didn't do it. So what's going on, Tacoma Humane Society? This really rubs me the wrong way. And I know that we're really only hearing from the cat owner here, and maybe there's more to this story that Tacoma Humane Society could tell us, but it doesn't seem, I don't get the impression from this story at the Tacoma News Tribune that they're doing everything they can to help get this cat back. I just don't get that impression. And I thought, with all due respect, their statement about how they share compassion for the animals when you should be sharing compassion right now towards the owner was just kind of in poor taste. I get you can't comment usually on lawsuits, but you can't throw in a line about how you have compassion for both the animal and the owners, right?
I feel like we had a story about this, or not, a story similar to this a while ago, where it was like scammers were giving away like people's pets or something, and then we were like, who really has custody of the pet then?
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. I mean, we've heard of stories somewhat similar for years, right, where an animal is stolen and then sold. We've heard stories like that. I've never heard of an animal being stolen and then given to a shelter.
Yeah, this is different, yeah.
So that's just odd to me. I don't know why she thinks the cat was stolen, unless we're using like the super specific technical definition where the person didn't realize that this was someone else's cat and quote unquote stole it to give, thinking it was a stray, and delivered it to Tacoma Humane Society. I don't know how she knows it was quote unquote stolen, unless she's literally speaking in the context of the person not knowing that the cat had an owner. What you can do, although it is risky with cats in particular, you can put the one family on one corner of the room and then Kelly on the other, and the cat picks who he wants to be with. Cats,
let Bob decide.
Bob might go into the yard, just escape and go somewhere else. Dogs will immediately rush to the owner.
The cats look sometimes like, I hate all of you.
Yeah, cats are so aloof and just like, why are you even putting me in this position? Leave me alone. Can you just feed me, scratch me every couple of minutes that I ask you to, and then just let me roam? But I feel bad for Kelly. I hope Kelly wins this. Or gets another cat. Maybe Bob doesn't want you. Maybe this is Bob. This is also the risk of having cats that are outdoor cats. I never understood that. I never felt comfortable with it. Like, I get cats are different than dogs. We wouldn't ever let a dog be an outdoor dog like that. But you're letting it just go anywhere it wants.
And there's coyotes out there and stuff like that.
The only thing that's stopping a dog from doing what the cat would do is it can't jump as high as a cat and, walk on
a fence post.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just, they just can't do that. Unless it's a little chihuahua that can something every once in a while. But this is the equivalent of feeling uncomfortable where people walk a dog without a leash. I'm like, why are you doing that to me? Because now I'm going to think the dog's going to get hit by a car. Something's going to happen. Nothing ever does happen. And even with the cats, I'm surprised that nothing usually ever happens. We don't get stories like this too often, but I feel bad. And so, bring Bob back. Say it. Bring Bob back.
Bring Bob back. That's a good bumper sticker.
I know. You got to hashtag it too. Meanwhile, in Skykomish, residents are like, why don't we have power? Why does the power keep going out? What's going on here, Puget Sound Energy? There's a story in the Everett Herald. And in this story, they talk about how Skykomish residents recently have noticed that the power just keeps going out, that they have not just more power outages, but longer power outages. Mayor Henry Sladek said, I moved up here 20 years ago. In the last few years, it seemed to me we've had more and longer power outages. It went out a few times this summer when it was beautiful weather, so we only imagined what it would be like later in the year. The Herald says lack of communication from Puget Sound Energy has left the community members frustrated and concerned because what's coming around the corner? Winter weather. It gets very, very, very cold in Skykomish. It gets very cold in Washington during the winter. But they said in the last month, they lost power 4 times, the shortest of which lasted 6 hours and 42 minutes. And that's about 6 hours and 40 minutes longer than I would be able to handle. The longest and most recent one was on October 27th. It lasted 2 days, 7 hours, and 32 minutes. I would not be able to handle that. I would have to check into a hotel. They say this year the town has lost power 9 total times, and only 2 of those cases were due to a major storm. Community members say they have no direct contact for someone at PSE to actually, give specific updates, have a human being talk to them. And instead, they say they have to rely on contradictory automated text messages and maps to figure out when power might return. And this is the problem associated with living in a smaller community like a Skykomish. And it's the same, I'm guessing, for any small communities in particular. They don't really care. They don't. They care about Everett because there's a whole bunch of people who live there. They care about Tacoma, although it's different company. But the big companies, they care about the large areas, and they will, do what they can to quickly address those issues. But if we're talking about a small community like Skykomish or Union or even Sultan, the gem of Snohomish County, they just don't seem to care. And you know how I know they don't care? Because they're acting like they don't care. If they cared, you wouldn't have to rely on an automated message that is apparently contradictory. If they cared, there would be someone somewhere within the company that you can contact and can be a point of reference for customers. Some spokesperson somewhere who would be able to help out. And that it got to the point where the Everett Herald had to do a story, things are pretty bad to get to that point. So hopefully this spotlight on Puget Sound Energy will put more pressure on them to actually do something. And by the way, because we don't know what's behind this, something tells me the reason why it keeps going out is just because they don't have the capability of handling the amount of people who are demanding energy. And so let us remind everyone that we're a few years closer to the reality of not being able to sell gas-powered cars and trucks and RVs.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, can't wait. I'm sure we're ready for that. And then finally, a shuttle service has just been announced between Bellevue Hotels and SeaTac Airport. It launches this month, and there'll be hourly pickups between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. The shuttles from Bellevue to the airport will be operating between 4 and 9 p.m. So 7 a to 10 a or 10 p, that's from SeaTac. And then in Bellevue, around the designated pickup points at hotels, 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. And so for those of you who love the idea of getting onto a plane and being seated next to a complete stranger who will talk to you the entire time, not allowing you any personal space or privacy or quiet, you get to then start that experience on a shuttle bus. That sounds great. The only time I'm ever on a shuttle bus is if I needed to get to one of the, this is when I was driving, I don't have a car anymore, but when I drove, I would park at one of the lots at SeaTac. And I thought it so incredibly awkward to be on those shuttle buses. And that's only for, at the most, a 3-minute drive, right? Imagine going from Bellevue to SeaTac. I have to imagine it's going to take, depending on how many stops there are in the Bellevue area for the hotels, probably at least an hour, right? And you're going to be stuck next to that person for an hour? You're already stuck next to them on a plane. And now you got to deal with them on the way. That just sounds awful.
That'd be something if you happen to sit next to each other on the plane and on the shuttle bus.
It's not even that cheap. It's $30 plus taxes. Now, if you were to get an Uber, it'll be double that, maybe a little bit more. But you wouldn't have to worry about being seated next to an annoying person.
Yeah, I'll pony up for that.
Right? I would rather the $70 to take an Uber or a Lyft than $30 that's going to take a longer time and is not direct. Because then, of course, you're going to be the one who's flying international, and so you got to wait. First, they stop at Alaska, then they stop at Delta, then American Airlines. You're like, I'll just get out. It's faster for me to walk. Ugh. There's nothing about this that I love. Otherwise, it's a wonderful program, and I hope everyone takes advantage of it. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. When we come back, you pick the stories that we discuss. Well, one. Story number 1, liberal women withhold sex and shave their heads in protest of a Donald Trump victory. Oh, dear God. I'm sure all of those women, never mind. If you pick it, we'll get into it. Or story number 2, Bill Burr, the comedian, angers social media users because of his SNL monologue. I don't know why I listened to it, unless they're just mad it wasn't very good. Because it wasn't very good. He's much funnier than that. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. 1-800-465-8770. You pick the news when we come back on the Jason Rantz Show.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized healthcare. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for the law offices of Harold D. Carr. If you get injured in a car accident, you have to call Harold Carr. He's been doing this since 1989. He's got a 48-person deep team across 6 offices around the Puget Sound. You meet with them, you tell them about what happened, how you got injured, how the other person was responsible. It's absolutely free. You're not paying to meet with them. And they can tell you right then and there if they can help you with your case. This is the personal injury attorney that I trust. He's the one I would call if I were to get in a car accident. His website is haroldcarrattorney.com, C-A-R-R, 2 R's in car, haroldcarrattorney.com. You go with the person who's been doing this for a long time, has been seeing great results, knows the players, knows how to deal with the insurance companies who will take advantage of you if you try to do this yourself. The law offices of Harold D. Carr, they've got your back every step of the way. haroldcarrattorney.com, C-A-R-R. Car accident? Call Carr. haroldcarrattorney.com.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer. Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that catch-up.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
You pick the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Indeed, you do pick the news. Unsurprisingly, you went with liberal women withholding sex and shaving their heads because they think that's going to punish men. Comes to us from the New York Post. They've seen a lot of TikTok videos of narcissists who can't get dates to begin with, saying they're not going to provide men with what it is they're looking for because they feel betrayed. They write, liberal women are withholding sex from men and shaving their heads to protest President-elect Donald Trump's landslide victory over Kamala Harris. The demonstration was inspired by South Korea's 4B movement against gender-based violence, where some women in that country have vowed to follow the 4 no's: no sex, no dating or marriage, and no having children with men. I feel like no dating or marriage counts as 1 no, not 2. But they're counting it as 2. It doesn't say anything about doing it with women, though. The trend took off in the U.S. on TikTok after Trump's win on Tuesday. Many women posting about the refusal to engage with men romantically or sexually over the next 4 years, making them angrier and angrier and angrier than they already are. This is not new. They did this during the last election. And there was a Spike Lee movie that had come out at the time. And it was based, I think it was based on a Shakespearean play about withholding sex from the soldiers or something. Do you remember that?
I think there's like a Greek comedy about
maybe,
this.
Maybe it wasn't Shakespeare. It was a Greek, but it was definitely, look it up. It was a Spike Lee movie. And now I'm just curious because I remember watching it and thinking, I can't finish this movie. It's awful. And so I turned it off, which is why I can't remember the name of it. But here's one of the videos that a woman posted on her TikTok.
Just woke up this morning feeling spicy. You guys feel spicy? Because I do. All right. I don't know how to use this thing. Let's see what happens. Is this cutting off hair? I'm going to have to cut it shorter than that. Buzz it down, right? I think that this is too... it's getting hair. Let's see here.
Oh, my God. It's insufferable. The name of the movie is She-Rack. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
How does no one remember?
Is it pronounced that way, or is it Chirac? Or
I don't know. It's CHI. Chirac, right?
That's what I was thinking, like Chicago.
But it is based. It's based out of Chicago, so that's why I'm assuming it's correct. But it's based on an ancient Greek play. Oh, Lysistrata by Esther.
Yeah, it was about like women withholding sex so that the men will make peace and the war. Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't a good movie. Let's listen to more of this woman cut off her hair because it makes for great radio.
Maybe I gotta cut it. Here we go. Have I given up on America? I've also given up on coloring this hair because, right? Coloring my hair.
Yeah.
Having my hair be long and luxurious.
Being ugly now.
All that. Being skinny.
Ugly.
Being hot.
Hideous.
Being all the things that the patriarchy wants us to be.
Oh, dear God.
Clearly.
Yeah, because this is the kind of person who you want to date. The person who's interested in her, just based on her complaining about the patriarchy, that dude voted for Kamala Harris. Okay? There's not a Trump supporter who is saying, oh, all this patriarchy talk really turns me on. I'd love to date you. I feel like you'd be a wonderful partner. It feels like the only women who are doing this are women who are only hooking up with men or dating men who are feminists, who are only taking that position, frankly, so that they could, in fact, sleep with you. So I don't know who's being punished here. You're punishing yourself, I guess. You're just going to get angrier. And let's be clear, you check in with this woman in how long does it take for women's hair to grow back when it was her length? Because it was pretty long. It wasn't crazy long.
I don't know.
A couple months, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, clearly it's going to sprout at some point like a chia pet. And so it's going to come out and it's going to be that awkward, 3-week phase of just, what's going on, man? What'd you do? Oh, God, it's hideous. But after that, it'll start to come in. It'll be fine. And she's not going to cut it again. Because no one ever, whenever we do any of these kinds of stories or any of these people come out and pull this kind of stunt, there's never a follow-up. They never check in like 2 weeks later even, say, and here's how it's going. They never do that. The other trend I've seen are videos of people filming themselves as they leave the country. Of course, they're just going on vacation and it was already planned around this time. So now they just film themselves going on a plane. Like, oh, I'm leaving this country and I'm moving to insert whatever city. It's usually a city in Canada where they just happen to be going to visit a friend. And so now they're filming it with the sad music in the background. I saw this one that went viral. Everyone was posting it yesterday. I think it was, I'm actually not, this is not meant as an insult. I don't know the gender. I couldn't quite tell because of the angle. But the person was just like head down, like they felt such deep shame, but also disappointment that they have to leave. Because that's what people do when they lose elections. They leave. Unless you're a celebrity who says you're going to leave, then you stay and hope that people didn't remember that you said you were going to leave.
Yeah, because you're not leaving Beverly Hills for Manitoba.
Not even a little bit. There was one exception. I can't remember who it was, but she was already planning on leaving. And now she's going to live in, I think it was in London. I can't remember who it was. But I did see that Barbara Streisand, who previously said she was going to leave, she's not going anywhere. The only people who may, and this is how much of a just loser these people are. The only ones who make those proclamations are ones who they've convinced themselves it's impossible that they're going to lose, so they're willing to do that. And then, of course, when the impossible happens, they're just big cowards. It's the Jason Rantz Show.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Stop untangling the Christmas lights and ditch the dangers of hanging them up yourself. Go with Johnny Tsunami. They offer premium custom or pre-built Christmas lights for your home, handling the design, install, and takedown. Professionally done Christmas light displays on your home will make the entire neighborhood jealous, and it's stress-free. Light packages start at just $800. If you call or log on right now, you can save $100 on your holiday lights installations. Exclusions apply. Visit getjohnny.com or call 206-207-9411 for a free estimate. Getjohnny.com.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized healthcare. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and CLU School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law. Battle-tested.
Eddie's!
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You're home for Jason Rantz, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 VU Seattle.
Dry conditions sparking wildfires in the Northeast and West. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. In New York and New Jersey, fire crews battling a largely uncontrolled fire.
The driest stretch in more than a century is fueling the wildfire spread in New Jersey. Chris Franick of the New Jersey Forest Fire Service said there has been a little rain, but all it did
was slow down the fire's progression.
Fire lines are being established in New York for containment and where some neighboring state towns are threatened. Franick says at this point,
nobody has been evacuated in the state of New Jersey from this wildfire. Residents did shelter in place.
A New York Parks worker died last weekend fighting a related fire. Another firefighter has suffered smoke inhalation.
Fox's Gernal Scott in Newark, New Jersey. In California, the mountain fire in Ventura County has caused thousands of people to leave their homes. It's about 36% contained. Hundreds of homes evacuated in neighboring Nevada, southwest of Reno. The main highway to Lake Tahoe shut down after a fire there spread quickly. President-elect Trump with another cabinet pick, naming Florida Congressman Mike Waltz his choice for national security advisor, earlier choosing former Congressman Lee Zeldin as EPA administrator.
Through the EPA, we have the ability to pursue energy dominance, to be able to make the United States the artificial intelligence capital of the world, to bring back American jobs to the auto industry, and so much more.
Trump has also nominated New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik for the U.S. ambassador post. This, as a senior House source tells Fox, the Republican majority can lose no more than 2 House members to the Trump administration. Per House rules, there would need to be special elections to replace members heading to the administration, and that could take months. 5 more monkeys have been returned to a South Carolina compound that breeds them for medical research. 13 of the 43 are still on the loose. America's listening to Fox News.
Our nation's economic problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight. Dr. Ron Paul here, and this is why I recommend diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold, a proven bedrock in any economy, with my friends at Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold. Text the word SHELTER to 989898. That's SHELTER to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Oh, Jesus! The yellow light! God, I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are live on AM 770 KTTH. We are streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app. A really disturbing murder in the city of Seattle that at one point was described as being influenced by Election Day. But is that true? That's what's trending.
What's trending? Crime.
According to police, a woman, 31 years old, named Corey, killed her father with an ice axe. That's what they say. They say she even admitted to it. She was apparently having some sort of mental health crisis. Her father, the victim, Timothy, rarely left the house that they were living in. It's in Rainier Valley. He had a whole bunch of health issues. And on November 5th, Election Day, 8 p.m., so before the election was called, police got reports of someone breaking out windows of the home. Officer gets there at the time that they say Corey exited the home with blood on her face. She ends up getting taken to Harborview for a mental health check. Police then searched the house. They found Timothy's body in the basement. This according to the charging documents. Seattle Times has a story. And that's where they say they found a silver and blue ice climbing axe on the floor that was covered in blood. He had wounds on his head, his torso. The next day, Corey told police that she used the axe to kill her father, and then she also strangled him. This again, according to the court documents. Now, in the report, it said she believed that there was, quote unquote, something important about Election Day, and that she felt overwhelmed with emotion. I looked up the report, the actual document from the police, and it does not indicate that this had anything to do with Election Day or Election Day results. It mentions Election Day, but actually makes it sound like the father was focused on that. So I'm not entirely sure why they picked that up. And I read the report, and I had our staff here read the report, and none of us can quite figure out where that came. So I'm pretty sure that this is incorrect, but we'll continue to look into it. What did, in fact, start this argument, according to police, was they started arguing about the lights being shut off. And depending on the family you're in or the relationship you're in, it always seems like someone's always, shut the lights when you get out of the room. You're wasting energy. Like one of those kinds of things. The bill is too high. Maybe you just irk someone. You're not in the room. Why are the lights still on? Just close them. Some people don't do that at all. It doesn't bother them. Others, it bothers. But it sounds like that was the impetus for whatever the rage was that allegedly led to this attack. But at the end of the day, it just sounds like she was dealing with a mental health issue, and she allegedly killed her dad. I don't know why people want to make this into anything other than that. It's just a really tragic story of someone who was, according to police, going through some sort of mental health crisis, and whatever that mental health crisis was led to the alleged murder. They say she had been working on setting emotional boundaries with her father. The Times reports she wanted to help people, quote, change their attachment to their parents, but that she felt, quote, hyper-focused and disorganized about her own dad. After she killed him, Corey Burke reported she went upstairs and broke the windows of the house as a, quote, unquote, act of liberation. So there's something not quite going on upstairs. At least that's what this report has us to believe. But I already saw some of the headlines. I already saw some tweets claiming that this was somehow tied to Election Day. As best as I can tell, it has nothing to do with Election Day. She mentions in the report, maybe if you're just reading it quickly, she said that now Donald Trump is the president. The reason why she said that was a detective was trying to ascertain if she knew her whereabouts and what was going on. And this was the day after that they talked to her of the election. So she said, he asked, one of the questions the detective asked, who's the president? And she says, well, I guess now it's Donald Trump, something along those lines. So I think people just got initially confused about connecting this somehow to Election Day. Because it certainly, if I were to tell you that an election night outburst led to a murder, you would say that tracks. People are broken. People react in unhinged ways. They're clearly unreasonable. And there's some people who look like they're going to go on a murder spree because of how angry they appear to be. So I think that that's what this story was about. So anyone who said that this was Election Day related, I think initially the reporting has been a little bit off. It was a little confusing as I read the thing, so I'm not going to blame reporters too much. But the more I read it, there's something, I don't know what about this story got me to reach out to the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office for the documentation. There's something about it just didn't seem right in my head. And I was right to question it.
That's why you're Detective Rantz.
Why they call me the detective. And by they, I mean I call myself it. Push the button.
What's trending? Bad guy alert.
Yeah, Donald Trump was correct when he said that his supporters were not getting the support after the hurricanes that they deserved. He was correct. Now, at the time when he made the statement, he was told by left-wing media that you're lying, you're making this up, there's no reason to believe this. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump had any inkling about the story that the Daily Wire was first to report on over the weekend, but it turns out he was right because in this case, and this has all been confirmed, a FEMA worker directed her staff to not help hurricane survivors if the homes had yard signs supporting Trump Vance. FEMA Administrator Deanna Criswell said this is a clear violation of FEMA's core values and principles to help people regardless of their political affiliation. This was reprehensible. Now, they didn't identify the employee. They didn't say where it happened, but Governor Ron DeSantis called it targeted discrimination. So the implication is that this happened in Florida, which was what I believe the Daily Wire also initially reported. DeSantis had directed the Florida Division of Emergency Management to begin an investigation. He called it blatant weaponization of government by partisan activists and the federal bureaucracy. Now, there were no details in FEMA's statement, but the reporting has been that this staff member, who has since been identified by some outlets, she's been fired as a result of this. That's not enough. Sorry, that's not enough. This person needs to be terminated. This person needs to be then prosecuted. It's not okay just to simply say we're firing her and then just let her move on with her life. No. This person needs to be prosecuted for this. There are text message exchanges that show what it is that she was telling people to do. She instructed workers canvassing Lake Placid in Florida to, quote, avoid homes advertising Trump. They report that the government employees told the outlet that at least 20 homes with Trump signs or flags were skipped from the end of October and into November due to the, quote unquote, best practice guidance from the official. The houses were skipped over by the workers who wrote messages such as Trump sign, no entry per leadership, according to the Daily Wire. Now, again, all of this has been confirmed. And I say it should be prosecuted. In fairness, FEMA did refer this to the Office of Special Counsel. So it's certainly possible that there could be charges at some point. And I hope that happens. This is disgusting. I mean, this is truly disgusting. And yet again, I say this while also acknowledging it's not all that surprising to me, right? It's shocking, but not surprising. You have people that view you as less than, almost subhuman, because you supported Donald Trump. This is not a new attitude. This is an attitude that has been well established, and they talk about Trump supporters in ways that indicate they have no respect for you. They dehumanize you because you support someone they don't like, someone that they despise. And at the time, remember, as Donald Trump was pointing this out, not this story specifically, but he was getting reports about how, or his team were getting reports about how Trump supporters were kind of just being left to fend for themselves, not being told about what FEMA has to offer, not just in Florida, but also in North Carolina. And he was criticized for it.
Politicizing a natural disaster, what FEMA is warning about.
The only person making an accusation that people are not getting what they've asked for is Trump, falsely claiming that the administration is withholding resources because of political affiliation. That is just not true.
They then turn around and go, see, FEMA's not coming to help you because it's a Republican area. And then people go, see, no.
Do you think a single person who took that position will apologize or even cover this story? Do you think Abby Phillips is going to talk about it on CNN tonight?
No, probably not.
No. And in fairness, even if she did, it's like, you know, if a tree falls in a forest but no one's around to make a sound, well, if Abby talks about this on a show that no one watches, did it actually happen?
It's the sound of one hand clapping.
It's just we don't quite know. But I was watching some of the clips that gets compiled by Newsbusters, a great website. Poor Curtis Houck works there. He's a friend of the show, friend of mine. He has to watch all this crap. But I thank him for it because someone needs to do it, and I just refuse to watch MSNBC. And Jonathan Capehart, who is also an editor at the Washington Post, the one who Hugh Hewitt walked out on during one of the interviews and then caused him to just quit the Washington Post because of how blatantly, blindly partisan Jonathan Capehart is. You would think maybe Jeff Bezos, who says he wants some form of, you know, ideological diversity at the newspaper, might say that this is not the kind of editor you would want. But listen to the comments he made on MSNBC just about his struggle interacting with Trump supporters.
The thing that I'm grappling with is that someone was elected who ran a campaign that was openly hostile.
He's not talking about the side that called the other side fascists and Nazis, which Jonathan Capehart himself did. He's not talking about himself.
Openly racist, xenophobic, misogynistic, transphobic, everything. And yet now the election's over. Folks accept the results, but now how do we move forward when we know there are people have people in their families who voted for him? They work with people who voted for him. They live next to people who voted for him. How should we deal with those neighbors, co-workers, family members?
The way you did before. You still talk to them if you want, and if you don't, you don't. This isn't difficult. And what I find always so amusing and also just sad about people like this, they never seem to put themselves in the shoes of the other person. Because even in his own example, the neighbors he's talking about or the family members he's talking about, what about when you vote for a Democrat and they win? Well, if Kamala Harris won, if some of the people said, man, how do I talk to people who supported Kamala, who, you know, was part of a party and a side that was claiming my side were a bunch of Nazis? How do I talk? They would be laughed at. They would be dismissed. And the thing is, the Trump supporters, we just don't normally say that. I mean, I suppose there's a handful of people who have that kind of response, right? But those are the kinds of people who will call you a rhino because you maybe disagree with them on 0.5% of all the issues. So they're like a small fringe group. Democrats talk like this a lot, it seems. Republicans don't. And there was a segment on Friday night on Joy Reid's Racist Hour. And it involved the psychiatrist who had some ties. She's the Yale University chief psychiatry resident, Dr. Amanda Calhoun. And they were talking about the same issue that Jonathan Capehart was talking about. Like, well, what do you do in this election cycle, or now that it's over? You have family members who previously you kind of knew were Trump supporters, and now you're living in a world in which their vote mattered. It actually put Trump over the top. Now what? How do you deal with them?
If you then meet somebody and you know they voted for the people who called you trash, or if you're Puerto Rican, and you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not.
And by the way, I agree with that. Just because someone's a family member does not mean you owe them your time. I mean, I haven't spoken to my mother since 1987, I think. Okay, well, not that bad. But I haven't spoken to my mother in a long time.
So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood, and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me.
Something tells me that if you're that person who would even say something like this, they don't want to hang out with you anyway. But that's horrible advice. But can you expect anything different from the family from the group of people who seem to actively support breaking up families and keeping secrets between families, especially given the advice they provide around kids who have gender identity issues? Oh, wait, the parents shouldn't be looped in and all, they're all going to be abusive anyway. The school shouldn't tell the kids' parents. Like, that's coming from the left. I don't understand that. Like, I have insufferably liberal family members who, in fairness, I don't talk to, but for different reasons. It has nothing to do with that. I don't care about their politics. I live in Seattle, so pretty much everyone I know, everyone, from friends to, I'm assuming, my dog walker, to my vet, like all the people, both professionally, my dentist, to personal friends of mine. They're liberal. And there was never a part of me that said, simply because of who they vote for, I wouldn't talk to them. I've lost friendships because of who I vote for, 100%. And it's one thing to say, I don't want to be friends with someone or have a relationship with someone who is crazy out there just screaming all this vitriol and stuff. That's one thing. But simply knowing someone voted a certain way, like that's your bar for cutting someone off or keeping someone in your life. What's wrong with you? That's just sad, right? It's not even just sad, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And it feels like that's becoming the norm. We get a story every so often about some poll looking at whether or not a Republican would date a liberal or if a liberal would date a Republican. And it's been pretty consistent in telling us that liberals have a higher likelihood of rejecting someone on the basis of a political identity than a Republican. And, I don't take a deep dive into some of the numbers. Maybe it's based on their sample size, that if you went into a hardcore conservative community, maybe the reverse would be true, that Republicans would be the ones unwilling to date a liberal. Maybe, I don't know. But maybe it's just that the conservatives they speak to come from larger cities where there are not many conservatives and you have no choice, really. But that's another thing. Like, I don't understand it. What happened to having healthy disagreements? What happened to being able to navigate that? Isn't that a part of relationships anyway? The idea that you're going to disagree on some things, and that's okay. That's normal. Here's how you navigate some of those, tricky subject areas. There's some things that you're not going to be able to get around, I suppose. Usually that has to do with one person wants kids and the other person doesn't. Okay. But simply saying one person wants to vote for a Republican and the other one, you really can't get over that? How do you get through life?
That'd be tough.
Right? Seriously, like how do you get through life? And what else is it? Because I can't imagine that's the one issue that is the bar leader, right? There's got to be a bunch of other issues. That can't be the end all be all. Everything else they're totally okay with. Whatever else you do where there's a disagreement, they don't care. Except that. There's got to be other issues that are deal breakers. And I have to imagine it's a lengthy list for someone who's willing to say, I will not date someone who's a Republican or a liberal. Something tells me you also have a long list. I can't date someone who likes pop music. I can't date someone who likes steak.
Probably going to be very particular, yeah.
And they're the ones who still date people, and I'm still single. Talk about how now this story just got really depressing. Thanks a lot. Why'd you pick this story here? Jerk.
I don't think I did.
What a jerk. No, I did. I remembered that I saw the audio over the weekend, and I wanted to talk about it. By the way, if you've got a kid who's looking for a psychiatrist, skip that woman. Don't go to her. Oof. 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. When we come back, Bob Ferguson hasn't even left the Attorney General's office. He's getting ready to. And he decided he's going to leave with a controversy. One that he's actually going to take into the governor's mansion. Bob Scales, CEO of Police Strategies, he stops by to explain what that controversy is. You're not going to want to miss it on The Jason Rantz Show. This hour brought to you by Johnny Tsunami, online at getjohnny.com.
Are you a parent looking for a highly regarded university where your students' faith will flourish? Listen as Alec Rowlands, senior pastor at Westgate Chapel, explains why he recommends Northwest University.
One of the tasks that I've personally taken interest in is finding the right Christian universities for our students to attend, where I could be confident that they would have biblical orthodoxy, where the university literally puts Jesus first, especially in light of the fact that so many Christian universities have abandoned the faith. So I would really encourage you to consider sending your students to Northwest University. We've had so many graduates go to Northwest University, finish their degree program, stay solid in the faith and their commitment to Jesus Christ.
Academic rigor, career preparation, and a faith that grows. It's all possible for your son or daughter at Northwest University in Kirkland. Learn more at northwestu.edu.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Legacy Group Capital. If you're a builder or if you're looking to build wealth through real estate acquisition, the experts at Legacy Group Capital, they've got you covered. I recently spoke with Scott Raraka. He's the CEO of Legacy Group Capital. They're based in Bellevue. And he talks about how his company is so much different than working with a bank or a credit union. This is a private lender. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, but they're going to source your next deal, provide permitting services. If you're short on equity, they invest alongside you. They've lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders. But if you're someone who is just looking to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, they are experts in private lending. They call themselves the common sense lender. It's because they lend their own money. They make their own decisions. If your deal makes sense to them, they're going to get it done fast and with flexible terms. They're committed to you. So let Scott Raraka and his team of experts at Legacy Group Capital help you. Visit them online at legacyg.com. It's the letter G, legacyg.com. Tell them Jason Rantz sent you.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Fall in the North Northwest. Cool, crisp mornings, sunlight catching on the golden and auburn leaves, and then the first windstorm hits. And suddenly those beautiful leaves, along with seed pods, pine cones, and fir needles, are covering your roof before their final destination, your gutters. Clogged gutters can sag, stain, and pull away, creating waterfalls, rotting out fascia boards, roof sheathing, and rafter ends. That's bad. Most gutter companies want to put an overpriced gutter guard, cap, helmet, or filter on top of your cheap gutter. Don't fall for it. At Free Rain Gutters, you get a superior gutter system for a fraction of the price. 20% thicker seamless aluminum with a lifetime scratch-resistant finish. Secured every 2 feet with a heavy-duty bracket, not nails. Your system will be covered by TruthGuard, the ultimate gutter guard, keeping all debris on the outside. For a free estimate and free roof cleaning on qualifying purchases, go to freeraingutter.com. Protect your home with Free Rain, the ultimate gutter system. freeraingutter.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Jason, I got to thank you very much indeed for bringing these stories to our attention. When you tell people they're a target, they'll act like a target. They will either live in fear or they'll act out.
The more you allow, the farther the criminals will go. And that's why this behavior is allowed to continue.
That's exactly right.
Long form.
Attorney General Bob Ferguson can't even leave office without bringing it into yet another controversy. He signed a $250,000 contract with the Pacifica Law Group, headed by a former employee of the Attorney General's office. And it's all to defend itself against a potential lawsuit from a $42 million tort claim filed by my next guest, Police Strategy CEO Bob Scales. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me once again.
Yeah, so if you could give us the quick reminder on this tort that you filed, and then we'll get into the controversy.
Sure. So the legislature passed a law in 2021 asking the Attorney General to conduct a competitive bidding process to hire a vendor to conduct a statewide use of force data collection project. So I was planning on, my company was planning on applying for that contract with Seattle University. The Attorney General's office knew we were planning on applying, and so they rigged the competitive bidding process so that only Washington State University was able to apply. And so throughout the process, I'd filed complaints and concerns with the AG's office. They were all dismissed. And the project has completely failed, and as I predicted, and WSU is basically embezzling all the money and using it for other purposes. So I filed on July 16th of this year, I filed a $42 million tort claim against the Attorney General's office and Washington State University, alleging RICO, organized crime, criminal profiteering, as well as a number of other claims. Mm-hmm. And that was filed with the risk manager's office, and you have to file a tort claim before you can bring any lawsuit against the state of Washington.
Yeah, and the intent, of course, is to bring that lawsuit against the state of Washington. Now, the interesting piece here is that not only did this Attorney General sign a contract with a firm headed by a former employee of the Attorney General's office, but it turns out one of the law group's partners is Nick Brown, the incoming Attorney General.
Yeah, so the Office of Risk Management for the state is supposed to review all claims against the state to determine if there's any merit to the claim. And if there is merit, then they will offer a settlement. And that is designed to prevent needless litigation and potentially higher damages at trial. And so what the risk manager did was they assigned my claim to the Attorney General's office to review. And I complained about that, and they said, oh, no, they can, because I said they're a defendant. They're the ones I'm accusing. And they're like, oh, no, their torts claim can do that. So what happened was I did a public records request, and I said, okay, give me all the communications about my tort claim. So what I just found was that Kristen Benesky, who's the first assistant attorney general, less than 1 week after I filed my claim, she sent an email to an attorney at the Pacifica Law Group. The email's redacted, but it's about, it has my claim attached to it, and it's about litigation. And so rather than evaluating my claim, they are preparing a defense. And 1 month after Kristen Benesky contacted them, the Attorney General's office entered into a contract with the Pacifica Law Group for $250,000 to defend against a lawsuit that has not even been filed yet.
What does that mean to you? What are the implications?
What it means to me, well, there's a few implications. So number one, the lead attorney on this contract was an employee of the Attorney General's office from 2018 to 2011. I'm sorry, 2021. So obviously this attorney works for Bob Ferguson, is loyal to Bob Ferguson, and will do Bob Ferguson's bidding. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that Nick Brown, the incoming Attorney General, is a partner at this law firm. So Bob Ferguson has essentially gifted a $250,000 contract to Nick Brown's law firm to essentially buy their loyalty, right? It is so outrageous that they are bribing this law firm to essentially defend, because Bob Ferguson's going to be out of office in January. He'll be the governor. And so he won't be there to defend against this lawsuit. So he wants to make sure that the new attorney general and his old law firm are 100% committed to defending him and will not in any way agree to settle with me.
Is there any irony here in that you're alleging collusion in the one instance with your tort claim, but it kind of sounds like you're making the same allegation in the selection of this attorney, or at least his law firm?
Absolutely. The only thing the attorney general is doing, they're so stupid. I can't believe how stupid they are as attorneys, because all they're doing is giving me more evidence for my case. And here's a perfect example. So normally when a claim or a lawsuit is filed against a governmental agency, they will say, well, there's no comment, right? We're evaluating this and so forth.
Yeah.
But the attorney general's office, 1 day after I filed my claim, their official statement to the press was, we look forward to these outlandish claims being dismissed. So they called my claims outlandish, and yet they're hiring a law firm for $250,000 to defend against the lawsuit that I may bring. So clearly they do not think that my claims are outlandish. They know that I have a case, and they're trying to build a defense that will continue after Bob Ferguson leaves office. And there's one other twist to this, is that last week, Bob Ferguson held a press conference where he basically said that he was going to rebel against anything the Trump administration did. And he announced at that press conference that he has entered into a contract with Nick Brown, a special assistant attorney general contract with Nick Brown to assist him with fighting the Trump administration. And so this would be like Jay Inslee hiring Bob Ferguson as a staff person to assist with a transition, or Joe Biden hiring Donald Trump as an assistant to assist with a transition. Bob Ferguson hired the incoming attorney general to assist. I mean, it is insane.
Is it illegal?
Probably. I mean, that would be something for the. I don't think anything like this has ever happened before.
It sounds unethical, right? At a minimum. It's
absolutely unethical. All attorneys in Washington have to abide by the rules of professional conduct, and this violates every conflict of interest rule on the books. I mean, he is creating conflicts of interest in order to get his attorneys, the new attorneys that will take over for him, on board and on his side.
Why is it wrong for a governor who says his plan is to push back against the Trump administration? Why is it wrong for them to work with the Attorney General's office?
Well, I don't know that there's anything wrong with once Bob Ferguson is in office, the new Attorney General will represent Bob Ferguson and all other state officials and state agencies. But that hasn't happened yet.
So you're saying the timing of it is the problem, that he's currently the attorney general, he's not the governor yet, and he's entering into these contracts on behalf of the governor's office, of which he has not yet taken.
Well, no, he's not hiring it. He is hiring the new attorney. Bob Ferguson hired Nick Brown, the incoming attorney general, as a special assistant attorney general now. So he's hiring Nick Brown as an employee of the attorney general's office, so that when Nick Brown takes office, he will be totally on board with Bob Ferguson's agenda.
Wouldn't he have already been totally on board, or do you think that this was essentially making it a sure thing? It seems like he would have already been on board.
It's a sure thing, because what he's doing by entering into a contract so that Nick Brown is now representing Bob Ferguson. So Nick Brown has an attorney-client privilege relationship with Bob Ferguson. So Bob Ferguson can confess to whatever crimes he may have committed, and there's nothing that Nick Brown can do to. I mean, it is so. I can't, as a licensed attorney with the Washington State Bar Association, I can't believe what they're doing. I can't believe what the top law enforcement official in this state is doing to try to cover up his crimes.
Well, what are some of the consequences to this? Just providing you more evidence so that you win in court, or is there something else that can happen, including, with the Washington State Bar Association?
Well, depending on how all this plays out, it could result in disbarment of both Bob Ferguson and Nick Brown.
It's not going to.
It could.
Right?
No, 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 of course not, because the Washington State Supreme Court would be the ultimate decision maker on that, and the Washington State Bar Association is certainly not going to investigate, the governor and the attorney general. So it will never happen, but that is a potential consequence. I think a more likely consequence is that the Trump administration and the FBI and the new U.S. attorney They have an organized government corruption unit at the FBI, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that they may launch a criminal investigation into the next governor and the next attorney general.
Who's they?
The FBI and the U.S. attorney.
And you think that that's not merely a possibility. Do you think that will actually happen? Because technically, sure, it's possible, but it seems like there has been a reluctance for any federal, law enforcement agency to get involved in these kinds of things. At least from my perspective, as someone who covers it, you never hear even of their interests. You never even hear hints of wanting to look into another Democrat administration.
Certainly. I mean, it's certainly not going to happen under this administration, but under the next administration, I think it is more than a 50-50 chance. And another reason I think that there's a high likelihood is that Bob Ferguson, even before Trump takes office, Bob Ferguson is poking the bear.
Yeah.
And he's basically saying, I'm going to oppose Trump every chance I get, and I'm going to use the court system to do it. And if there's any evidence that Bob Ferguson's involved in criminal activities, I would expect that the FBI and the new U.S. attorney would be very interested in taking a look at that.
Well, we'll see who the new U.S. attorney is going to be under Donald Trump. We certainly have a track record under that administration previously, having really competent people who aren't afraid to look into incredibly important issues. And it seems rather telling to me that the first press conference from Governor-elect Bob Ferguson is making it so that he's still acting as Attorney General even when he leaves. And he's still making it about Donald Trump, which is, of course, I don't know, obsessive, perhaps. Police Strategy CEO Bob Scales has been joining me on the line. Thank you so much, and good luck with your tort claim.
Thank you very much, Jason. You're
listening to The Jason Rantz Show. When we come back, we're going to dive into some quick hits right here on KTTH.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185, 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
Jason Rantz here for Alpine Specialty Services, reminding you to get your air ducts cleaned before all of the holiday craziness takes over. Temperatures are going down. You're going to start using your heater more often. And then what do? Well, if you haven't cleaned your air ducts in the last year, you're just pushing into your home dust, dirt, allergens that not only are unhealthy to breathe in, but also clogging up that system of yours. You spent a lot of money on your HVAC system, only to have it, now break down faster because it's collecting 40 pounds or so of the dust, dirt, and allergens. That's the average that a house collects, 40 pounds. That's what you want to be breathing in? If your air ducts are dirty, they just continue to build up. So go with Alpine Specialty Services. They can come to your home with their air duct super truck technology and suck out all of the gross stuff, leaving you health and fresh air to breathe in. And when you mention my name, you save $75 on your air duct cleaning. Just head on over to alpineclean.com and schedule your service today. alpineclean.com.
Looking to enhance your home's value while saving on energy bills? Northwest Security & Sound's cutting-edge home automation systems will save you money now while increasing your home's value. Their home automation and efficiency solutions optimize energy use by automating light and temperature controls. Invest in a sustainable, efficient, and luxurious living environment with Northwest Security & Sound. Visit nwsecurityandsound.com to schedule your free, no-obligation home efficiency analysis today.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Jason, it is always great to have you on the program.
Where are they going to move the homeless to?
People who impose these policies that lead to these outcomes, you are partly to blame, but the good news is you can fix this.
Jason, this is kind of the last trend you want to be right about, but it was obvious, it seemed.
The Quick Hit.
So last week we told you about a Democrat congressman who suddenly proclaimed his opposition to trans athletes in competitions. And I'm not criticizing him for his position. His position is the correct one, that biological boys should not be playing sports against biological girls. So in other words, transgender girls should not be playing biological girls. It's inherently unfair. But we talked about it in that he made the comment and he took that position, one of two Democrats to speak out publicly right after the election. So presumably it was because he didn't want to get caught up in any of the drama in what has become a politicized issue, even though I don't think most people view it as politicized. His name is Seth Moulton. He's the Democrat from Massachusetts. And predictably, folks on the left went insane. They went nuts over his comment. And of course, he's doubling down, or tripling down, I suppose, saying there's nothing wrong with what it is he originally said. And just so we have the quote, because it was with the New York Times, just so we're on the same page. Democrats spend way too much time trying not to offend anyone rather than being brutally honest about the challenges many Americans face. I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete, but as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. And so people yelled at him and got all upset and vowed to go after him. He's considered, more moderate of a Democrat, I suppose. So then he goes on MSNBC, and I believe it was Alex Wagner over the weekend, to defend his position and basically say the reaction as it has been kind of makes my point.
I was just speaking authentically as a dad about one of many issues where I think we're just out of touch with the majority of voters. And I stand by my position. Maybe I didn't get all the words exactly right.
He was fine.
But the point is that the backlash I've received proves my point that we can't even have these discussions as a party. I mean, the chairman of the Massachusetts Democratic Party wouldn't even return my phone call. And we've got to be able to have these debates. But instead, we have a wing of our party that shames us, that tries to cancel people who even bring up these difficult topics, and frankly, shames voters. This is the same group of people who told us to defund the police, who told us that there wasn't a problem at the southern border, who told us that inflation was transient, whatever that means, and who told us that Biden was just fine. And they're out of touch with voters. If we just listen to voters on all of these issues, they were telling us the truth.
But you see, you would have to have a respect for those voters, right? You would have to understand who they are, have some respect for where it is they stand on these issues. You actually have to know who they are, right? And for the most part, when we're talking about especially liberal media members, the ones who are on CNN and MSNBC, they live primarily in New York, some in DC. Every once in a while, you'll get someone in LA, but usually not an anchor. And they don't hang out with anyone other than people in their own socioeconomic position. And they don't hang out with people who think differently than they do. And so they've convinced themselves that they're on the right side of this, that the American people aren't seeing things the way conservatives say. And obviously, the polling has been crystal clear. They just refuse to accept it. They live in their own delusion. But polling on this issue on trans athletes has been clear. Listen to what happened on CNN, where one of the very few conservatives, his name is Shermichael Singleton, ended up getting called a transphobe by author, far to the left dude, Jay Michelson. We've talked about him in the past when talking about this very issue. I mean, it is unbelievable.
A lot of families out there who don't believe boys should play girls' sports.
They're not boys. I'm not going to listen to transphobia at this table.
I'm not going to listen to it.
You call a trans girl a boy.
Are you going to allow me to finish my explanation?
When you use a word that's a slur, I'm going to interrupt.
When you use a word that's a slur, I'm going to interrupt, Jay Michelson says. And of course, it's the white dude coming to the rescue of the marginalized community, telling a black man to shut up. I'm not going to sit at this table using a slur. The slur was boy. That's a slur. It's not a slur. What is a transgender girl? It's a biological boy. I don't think Shermichael was being provocative in his commentary. He wasn't using any actual slurs. And then Abby Phillips jumps in to scold Shermichael.
That's not how it is.
Jay,
they're not boys. They're not boys. They're not playing girls softball.
They are boys.
I'm not going to sit there and listen to that.
Let's reset for a second, because, look, this is a really heated issue, right? And Shermichael, I know you. I know that you understand that people have different views on this. I think out of respect for Jay, let's try to talk about this in a way that is respectful.
Okay, so let me rephrase.
It's just so absurd. It's absolutely absurd. She immediately says, oh, out of respect for Jay. Well, Jay's wrong. Why would you why would you try to respect someone who's shouting you down as a transphobe? It's just disgusting. But again, Seth Moulton's point, again, exemplified, right? You can't even have this conversation without immediately being shouted down, without being scolded. They will not allow it on the left. You can't even really acknowledge that there's another side to this issue. Another perfect example of that is in San Jose. We've been talking about the women's volleyball team. They've got a transgender female athlete who's very dangerous because she is a man. And a whole bunch of teams, I think now we're up to 7 as of this past weekend, opposing teams saying, okay, we forfeit. We're not going to play. We're not going to put our girls, biological girls, in this position. It's not fair. It's not safe. Well, we found out today that an associate coach, Melissa Batty Smoose, from the San Jose Spartans, ended up getting put on suspension indefinitely after she filed a Title IX complaint against the school, alleging that the team's transgender player conspired with an opponent to help the team lose a match and injure a teammate named Brooke Slusser. The coach spoke with Fox News Digital, saying safety is being taken away from women. Fair play is taken away from women. We need more and more people to do this and fight this fight because women's sports, as we know it right now, will forever be changed. Now, we didn't get much of a statement from the San Jose State School Administration. They said the associate head coach is not with the team at this time, and we will not provide further information on this matter, which is precisely what you do when you don't want to have the conversation. But the coach previously had told Outkick, this is just another form of what San Jose State has been trying to do, silence people that are speaking up for the First Amendment right, for their First Amendment rights, and for what's right. She said that she, quote, wanted to make sure I'm standing strong that only women should be in women's sports. That is not a controversial position. It is not outside the mainstream. But for anyone who is wondering whether or not progressives in and out of the media would learn any lesson from this last election, the answer is no. Certainly not on the issue of transgender topics, whether it's sports or locker room access, whatever it is. No one is taking a position that you should be mean-spirited or discriminate against people who are trans. No one is holding that position. The position that people are holding is really, really simple. Generations of women fought for Title IX. They fought for access to resources for women's sports so they can compete and earn sponsorships or help a career once they graduate from college. And now their biggest competition is someone who is essentially cheating. It's men who are transgender women. I understand why a transgender female wants to compete. I totally get it. It doesn't mean that it is fair. It doesn't mean that it's not cheating. The reality is, boys versus girls, men versus women, there is a clear imbalance. It's biological. It's not something, well, they were assigned an elite athlete at birth. It is so absurd. If you're playing at the level where you are an elite athlete or you're top of the game because you're playing professionally or semi-professionally in and out of school, and you're competing against others who are considered at their elite, at least elite enough to be in competitions like this, the male will always, always, always have an advantage over the female in almost every sport, almost. Will there be some sports that perhaps there is not so much of a cheat at work? Sure, I guess. Kind of depends on the sport. NASCAR, maybe. But when we're talking about athletic competitions, when we're talking about anything from volleyball to basketball to football, there's a very clear advantage. But they just don't want to acknowledge it on the left. They consider saying someone is a boy is a slur. Jeez. 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life. But you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do 2 things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Jason Rantz here with Scott Raraka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital. Scott, let's talk about someone who wants to invest in real estate but doesn't quite know if it's right for them. How do you help?
Yeah. So how we help is, we've been investing in the greater Seattle area for over 20 years, and we have a historical track record we're super proud of. Double-digit returns over time with no investor losses. And how we really do it is we're lending on real estate and we're also acquiring real estate and building it. So there's lending and there's acquisition. And then we share in profits with all of our investors on both those activities. We've been told that we're one of the best kept secrets in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, I don't want it to be a secret. I want everyone to know about this. Act now to join the Legacy Group Capital family of funds, where they offer short-term 90-day investments at 7%. Or longer-term investments that have averaged double-digit returns. Go to LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com.
This is David at Northwest Safe. Don't wait until Black Friday for your new Liberty Safe. Our biggest sale of the year is all November long. Store-wide savings and special financing options make now the best time to buy. American-made Liberty 12-gun rifle safes are just $4.99 and no sales tax on gun safes. Shop early for the best selection and biggest savings. Call Northwest Safe, 888-404-SAFE, online at nwsafe.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on AM 770 KTTH or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Does your body need a detox? Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Here we go. The following is a Learfield presentation of the Washington State Sports Network. A new era of Cougar basketball.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Hustle hard.
These fans, this community is just special place. Pullman is unlike no other. I've never seen anything like it.
Ball hard.
Step back, contested jumpers. Up, it's good. A buzzer beater.
No mercy.
Our first goal is to be the most cohesive team in the country.
Wave the wheat. Washington State basketball is on the air with the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show. Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Coming up, we'll hear from Cougar head coach David Riley. Get our keys to the game and check scores from around the nation. Let's go live courtside alongside 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo. Here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
For the 279th time in history, it is the Battle of the Palouse. The Washington State Cougars welcoming the Idaho Vandals here to Beasley Coliseum. The Cougs come into this game a 2-0 record. Idaho 1-1 on the season. Here with Craig Elo and Eggs. Looking back at that game Friday, the Cougs are 2-0, but what a victory it was over a Bradley squad, 91-74. Bradley, the Missouri Valley Conference preseason favorite. The Cougs were up by 3 at halftime. They went on a 19-1 run. There were a ton of positives for the Cougs and a really great victory.
Oh, yeah, and that first half was very entertaining, that 45-42. We could never get away from them, but whatever they said at halftime coming out of that locker room, that's just as impressive as I've seen in the 6 or 7 years that I've been doing this. A 19-1 run. I think I talked thousands of times about the first 3 minutes of the second half being the very most important part of the game. And if you can come out and jump on your opponent like we did against Bradley, you put the game away, and you could just see the wind was taken out of their sails.
The stat sheet had a lot for the Cougs to be especially encouraged about. 32 points in the paint. The Cougs took 27 free throws. Did a great job of getting Bradley in foul trouble. Cedric Coward, Nate Calmes each had 18 points. The defense was praised by David Riley after. And a fun little note to go with it, the largest non-conference crowd for the Cougs since 2015. So a great victory there. And here an opportunity tonight against this Idaho squad. They come to town a 1-1 record, a victory over Northwest University. They lost a tight one back on Thursday night against UC Davis. All right, it is time for the keys to the game with Craig Elo. Eggs, what do you have for us?
Well, the 2 games previous to this, I've just been totally impressed with the Eastern Four and the chemistry out there with Nate Calmes is incredible because the ball movement on offense is so good, and they're making defenses go from one side of the floor to the other side of the floor, and they're getting high quality shots because of that. So I think ball movement tonight, what you're going to see the Vandals do is pick it up on D. That's where they want to ramp it up, and they average like 10 steals a game. But we've been so darn good at making sure that once we get into half-court sets, we take care of the basketball. So I think those 2 things will definitely help us tonight.
And the Cougs, as you said, looking to build on all those things to come away with the victory in the Battle of the Palouse. This game wasn't played a couple years ago, but there's a great history. 279 meetings, and here we are for another edition of the Battle of the Palouse. We'll take a break here on our pregame coverage still to come. We'll sit down with Donald Brady, assistant coach for the Cougs, get kind of the scout on this Idaho team. We'll have a scoreboard update as we head to the U.S. Bank Studios. Luke Hallett will get us all up to speed. We'll hear from David Riley while the starting lineups and tip-off here from Beasley Coliseum. You are listening to Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states. You're listening to Cougar Basketball. Cougar Basketball. From the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
This Cougar moment is sponsored by Brown Family Vineyards. Brown Family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made, from farm to glass, reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family, where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms in Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Joined now by Cougar assistant coach Donald Brady. And to start off with, talking about the Idaho Vandals, there's shared history between both David Riley and Alex Pribble. How similar are the styles of plays for these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell they were on a staff together, right? What's crazy is that staff, I think, now has 4 head coaches in Division I basketball right now. And there's some similarities between all 4 of those programs, differences as well. I think Idaho and maybe even CLU kind of are a little bit more similar. We're probably more similar to Portland. So, but you'll see tonight Idaho's pressure defense, basically. That's the difference probably between us is they'll put a lot of ball pressure, very aggressive in their ball screen coverages and their zone presses and things like that.
I'm interested in, since they do know each other and there are similarities, are they the same calls? Do they have the same play calls for on offense and defense?
There are definitely some similarities in the calls. Not across the board, but there are some calls that are the same. Absolutely. And so both teams know those already, for sure.
Their top returning scorer, Juice Mims, who is the Montana State track and field high school player of the year, kind of a unique weapon for them. How would you describe the dimension that he adds for the Vandals?
He's a really exciting player. He's an unbelievable shot blocker, but where you're really going to see him on the rim is on the offensive end. A great lob threat. He's super mobile for his size, so very light on his feet. And he shoots the 3-ball well, too. So if you give him space and time, he's an over 40% three-point shooter. So, yeah, he's someone you have to game plan for, have to be prepared for, and they are very willing to just come down the floor and throw the ball up to him and trust that he'll go get it.
Speaking of size, when he's not out on the floor, they ended up with some foul trouble in the last game against UC Davis, had to play small. They've had some injuries. How much of a concern is that from their perspective? How much of that from the WSU point of view is something that could be exploited, their lack of size at times?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely like anytime we have a size advantage, and we'll try to take advantage of that if we can tonight. I think they may have one guy back who was out against UC Davis, but yeah, I mean, their 2 bigs are really good too. They both started together last year. Now they're kind of sharing minutes, but they're a talented duo. If we could get them in foul trouble, that would be huge for us. But it won't be something that we're completely focused on.
Who is their top weapon besides Juice Mims? They have returners, Tyler Moross, injured last year, but coming back and has been strong. Some of those transfers, Colton Mitchell, Jack Payne, Isaiah Brickner, Chris Gonzalez, a returner who has stepped up as a sophomore. Who really jumps out beyond Juice Mims? Yeah,
I think you kind of listed off the guys, right? I think Tyler's really, really good. He was already off to a great start last year when he had that leg injury, and he's been great. He's also looks like he's changed his body over a year. He looks much stronger than he did a year ago. So he's definitely a weapon. Jack Payne was an unbelievable high school player. Never really got a chance at Colorado State. I think he's a really good player. He'll be interesting to see tonight live after a couple years where he hasn't really played. And then the other transfers, Colton and Brickner, are both talented players. So they did a nice job assembling some perimeter weapons to go along with those bigs that they returned from last year.
Appreciate the time. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes to chat with us.
You got it. Thank you, guys. Go Cougs.
Good insight there from WSU assistant coach Donald Brady, and this will be something we talk about with David Riley, but there's a lot of shared history between him and Alex Pribble. Maybe not to the exact T that they do everything, the exact same way, but they are, cut from the same cloth to a degree.
Well, definitely the fabric is woven between them, and I tell you, you don't go from Eastern to St. Martin's without really wanting to do that. And that's what he did, and he took a couple of guys with him and was very successful, and then that parlayed into getting him into the black and yellow.
Yeah, so Alex Pribble is second year as the head coach for the Idaho Vandals, was there at Eastern Washington with David Riley, then going to be the head coach at St. Martin's, a little stint there at Seattle U, the associate head coach, and then getting hired at Idaho, and he is in his second year as the coach of the Vandals. It is the Battle of the Palouse. We've got more to come as we're getting you ready for tip-off. When we return, we'll head to the U.S. Bank Network studios. We will have a scoreboard update with Luke Hallett. That's all after this. You're listening to Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
Hey, Coug fans! Can't decide what to do with your late-night weekends? Why not Cosmic Bowling? Every Friday and Saturday night from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. is Cosmic Bowling at Zeppo's. At a price designed with everyone in mind, we are your destination for music, disco lights, and of course, bowling. Can't join us on the weekends? Zeppo's is the place to be for all ages every day of the week. With bowling, food, and drink specials, we offer prices that won't break the budget. You can even reserve your lane in advance with online reservations at Zeppos.com. When looking for fun in Pullman, look no further than Zeppo's.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 22 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive to grip every twist and every turn. Come rain, slick, sleet, or snow, leaves, mud, gravel, or sharp turns. Tackle the trails in the nimble RAV4. Drive steady in the all-hybrid Camry with all-wheel drive available on every trim. Or turn up the traction in the beefed-up Tundra with available four-wheel drive. Find those wheels at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Cougar Basketball is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours. And Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
NCUA, member compensated for participation.
This great call in WSU history is presented by T-Mobile. October 20th, 2018. With College game day in attendance, Cougs quarterback Gardner Minshew threw for 323 yards and 4 touchdowns in a 34-20 win over 14th-ranked Oregon.
Snap back, Minshew tosses it center of the field, wants the end zone, leaping grab, touchdown, Des Patman, and the Palouse is going to pop. 3:40 left in the fourth, it's 33-20 Cougs, and it's Des Patman down the center of the field.
Head to T-Mobile.com for a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Time now to check scores from around college basketball with the Coors Light Scoreboard. Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Washington State Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Here's Luke Hallett.
It is Washington State and Idaho going head-to-head for the 279th time. The Cougs beat them last year on the 6th of November, 84-59. Isaac Jones pouring in 13, 9, and 4 in the win. Cougs looking to pick up another victory over the Vandals today. Just one other game in the WCC today. That's Pacific and Hawaii. That is a 9 p.m. tip-off, a late one in Honolulu between those two clubs. As for the top 25, couple of games that have gone final. 24th-ranked Rutgers was in a close ball game with St. Peter's today, but the Scarlet Knights ultimately come away with a 10-point win, 75-65. St. Peter's was 0-3 on the season, but the Peacocks had the lead in the second half. Second-ranked Alabama got a tough test from McNeese today, 72-64 win for Nate Oates at the Crimson Tide. However, they improve to 3-0. Grant Nelson goes for 22 points and 8 rebounds in the win. Couple other games in progress. 7th-ranked Iowa State up 44-24 on Kansas City. 13th-ranked Purdue in a tighter ball game than expected with Yale 51-43, 16 minutes to play second half in West Lafayette. And Marquette and Central Michigan just tipping off 7-4, 4 minutes into that contest. Washington State and Idaho, 279th time. Cougs looking for a victory in this one over the Vandals. Start the season 3-0. David Riley sits down with Chris King next. This is Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at ValleyRVSupercenter.com.
Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and also an alumni from WSU, the best college in the state. Go Cougs! And for over 65 years, I believe our competitive edge has been selling the very best roofing, siding, and windows made at a great price with the best team of professionals installing it. And during our anniversary sale, we're offering 10% off your next project up to $3,000. So give us a call today at McVeigh Brothers. We're always working for you.
Cougar Basketball is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence. Time to learn about the cold, hard facts for today's game with head coach David Riley. Presented by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Washington State Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Here again, Chris King.
Coach, back at it tonight, and that last time the Cougs were in action, a really impressive win over Bradley. How has it been building on those positives from that victory Friday night?
I thought it was great for our guys to see, how the preparation correlates with how we play. I thought we had two really good days of preparation before Bradley. We practiced really hard. We focused on defense, and we took a big step in that direction. So I think it was good for our guys to see that and continue to do more of that.
This is your first Battle of the Palouse. This is the 279th all-time meeting between these two programs. How fun is it to come in here and be part of such a historic series?
It's exciting. I've heard a lot about it. My grandpa went to Idaho. I worked with Craig Elo for a couple of years and heard his stories about these battles. And so I'm just excited to be a part of this and do our part.
This is an opponent you know well. This is an opposing head coach that you know quite well. What has stood out to you most about the Vandals through their first two games?
I think for this point in the season, Idaho is very connected. Like, everyone's got room to improve, and I think the connectivity piece is probably one of the harder things to bring along quickly. And I've been really impressed watching them in their rotations defensively. Offensively, they're zipping the ball around really well. So it looks like he's got this team bought in and playing well together.
You and Alex Tribble go back a number of years. For folks not familiar with your ties with him, can you give us an idea of just how far back the two of you go?
Yeah, so I worked with Priv for 3 years at Eastern Washington. I'm pretty sure it was 3 years at Eastern Washington. And that was back in my early days. I was director of operations for 1 year and my first couple of years as an assistant. So he did a lot to help me out, taught me a lot of different things. I was always impressed by his work ethic and organization, and stayed in touch, obviously, since then. And he's done a great job. His career's been really impressive, and he's off to a hot start as the Idaho head coach.
Well, with that shared history and in those formidable years, too, of both of your careers, how similar is the style of play? How much are there similarities between what you want to do and what he wants to do?
I think there's a lot. I think conceptually, offensively, they want to play together. They want to make sure they're a passing team that wins the percentage game. But we've also, got our own unique differences. I think he's got a different style of personnel that he's morphed his offense and defense towards. And so it's just funny to see how it all changes. But overall, there's a ton of similarities with like the terminology and some of the spacing stuff and concept stuff we do. So it'll be a fun game.
As you boil this one down, what does the recipe have to be for a Cougar victory here tonight over Idaho?
Well, I think the big thing we're trying to get right now is to make sure that we exploit our advantages. And that's something that I thought we did versus Bradley. And one big thing is that we should have a size advantage on Idaho. That should show in the rebounding. That should show in the foul line. That should show the points in the paint. And I think we just got to make sure that we use that advantage and capitalize on it.
Coach, as always, appreciate the time. Best of luck, and we'll chat again on the postgame show.
Thank you. Go Cougs.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Coug fans, you love rooting for the Crimson and Gray, and now McDonald's has even more for you to cheer about. Because this season, you can score big with the 20-piece McNuggets bundle when you order on the McD app. Get 20 golden, juicy McNuggets, plus 2 orders of the medium fries you know and love, all for just $11.99. McDonald's and Cougars basketball. Now that's what I call a W. Must opt into rewards at participating McDonald's, valid through 2024-25 basketball season. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Cougar Basketball is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Get out there and have some fun in a new Toyota truck. Now through December 2nd, get 1.99 APR financing or $2,000 customer cash on a new 24 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a 24 Tacoma SR5 double cab for $269 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Just want you to be safe.
Hey, Cougar Nation, Flight 509, Spokane's newest family entertainment center, invites you to visit them this fall. Located in the Spokane Valley, the 22,000 square foot facility features a laser tag arena, ropes course, arcade, spin zone bumper cars, an epic Ninja Warrior course, mini bowling, and a VR Omni Arena. Now that's a lot of fun. Book your next birthday party or event at flight509.com and mention Go Cougs for 10% off your jet engine passport.
It's game time on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Cougar Basketball is brought to you in part by Coors Light, proud partner of Washington State Athletics. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. Together, there's nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. And by SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of Washington State Athletics. Now, let's go live courtside alongside 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo. Here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
It is the 279th meeting in the Battle of the Palouse. This series, we got to go back a long ways when you're talking about the very beginning, when the first time WSU and Idaho met on the hardwood. How about 1906, when Washington State Agricultural College defeated Idaho Agricultural College 28-11, January 13, 1906. That was truly a barn burner back then, Eggs.
No kidding. I mean, I did not know we even were. Well, I knew the history of both schools being agriculture, but wow. I mean, that's even more impressive that you said all that in one thing.
Well, the Cougs in this series have had the upper hand as of late. They have won the last 5 meetings with Idaho going back to 2018, 6 of the last 7. So previously, this was part of college basketball's longest consecutively played rivalry, 116 straight years before it ended 2 years ago. Didn't play that year, picked back up, and here we are. WSU Idaho, it's coming up. We'll have tip-off next. You're listening to Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
Whether you root for the Zags or the Cougs, now's your chance to play for your favorite team. It's the Winning Colors Challenge at Northern Quest. Simply pick up your special Gonzaga or WSU Camas Rewards card now through November 30th and play as usual. Whichever fan base earns the most Camas points wins $10,000 for their program. Become a card-carrying Zags or Cougs fan during the Winning Colors Challenge only at Northern Quest.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
G'day, this is Aaron Baines.
Rises up, crushes it.
You're listening to Cougar Basketball. Go Cougs.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar basketball and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been here to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
The lights are turned down here at Beasley Coliseum. The starting five for the Cougs about to be announced. It is the Battle of the Palouse. As easy of a road trip as the Idaho Vandals can have, just making their way across the border for this rivalry meeting. 279th all-time in this series that these two teams have met up. Taking a look at the starting five for the Idaho Vandals. They are coached by Alex Pribble. He's in his second year as the head coach for the Vandals. As a player, he played against WSU. He played at Cal, kind of in those Tony Bennett years. He was in the Pac-10 at that point, playing for the Cal Bears. So he is very familiar with the Palouse. Here he is now a coach over at Idaho. The starting five for the Idaho Vandals. They do have a number of returners this year. This team brought back 10 players from last year's Idaho squad, but with that, they brought in some impact transfers. 5 transfers, 1 freshman. Their starters, the returners, Juice Mims, a unique player at 6'9". He won the 2019 Montana high jump title. So Mims, very athletic. He is their big man. In addition to him, it's Tyler Moroz. He got injured early last year, but has been strong so far for the Vandals. And then it's 3 newcomers, Isaiah Brickner, Jack Payne, and Colton Mitchell. Mitchell, a very decorated high school career up in Coeur d'Alene at Lake City High School. 3-time All-State in the state of Idaho, won the state title, a top 25 national ranking with Lake City. High school teammates with Virginia's Blake Buchanan. And then on the football team for Idaho, another player who's good for Vandal football, was good for that high school basketball team at Lake City, and Zach Johnson. Starting five here for the Washington State Cougars. Well, nothing's changed. The team 2-0, and they have those Eastern 5 plus Nate Calmes. So Nate Calmes, the UW transfer, has scored 18 points. That was in the last game against Bradley, then 17 in the opener against Portland State. So he has made an instant impact, joined in the backcourt by Lawan Watts. Then it is Cedric Coward, Ethan Price, and Dane Erikstrup rounding out the starting five for the Cougs. Our officials tonight, Marcus Pettigrew, Greg Nixon, and Ray Natalie. Eggs, here we go. The Battle of the Palouse. And for a non-conference game, this one just makes a lot of sense. Fun for both fan bases, easy travel, and such a great history behind it.
Oh, there's tons of history behind it. And I got to say, even the years that when I was here, 81 to 83, they went back. Coach Monson was over at Idaho, and Coach Raveling was here. They used to play this up in the Spokane barn, the old barn in Spokane, but that was for both fan bases. But neither coach loved it because they loved the excitement of the kids being able to be at the game. So they went back to the home and home. And wow, man, that facility they have over there now for Idaho was just incredible. When I drove up at night in our last meeting there, the way it just shined was incredible, and all the wood was being used. Perfect for the Big Sky.
Yeah, their new venue opened in 2021. Previously, they had to split their time in the Cowan Spectrum, which was built inside the Kibbe Dome. And then at Mem Gym, a lot of history, a really unique building, but not the ideal place to have to play as many games as they had to. So the Cougars break the huddle. Washington State in their home uniforms. White shorts, white tops. Cougars in crimson block lettering on the front. The numbers in crimson as well with the gray outline. Idaho in their black road uniforms. Black shorts, black tops. Idaho in pride gold block lettering and the numbers in pride gold. And they made that switch. It was more the Vegas style gold about a decade ago.
I didn't like that.
And the pride gold, as they call it at Idaho, it's more of a you would look at it and think maybe yellow, but pride gold is what they call it. A lot like the Green Bay Packers yellow.
Yeah, I love it. And when they went back to that, even the football uniforms looked a lot better than what they did with the Vegas gold.
Cougs 2-0 on the year, fresh off of a very impressive win over Bradley. And next up, Cougs not looking beyond this one, but next up will be a really good non-conference test. The team will travel later this week to Moline, Illinois to take on Iowa. It's a neutral site game, but of course much closer for the Hawkeyes than it will be for the Cougars here in Moline, Illinois, the home of John Deere.
Yeah, and again, I'm thrilled about that. I grew up on a farm. My grandfather had a John Deere. My uncles had a John Deere, so I grew up on a John Deere. But yeah, Iowa is black and gold too, like this.
It's a great point. Cougs going to get used to seeing this in their opposition. Opening tip swatted back by Juice Mims for the Vandals. Idaho has it. Isaiah Brickner, first-year Idaho player, transfer from Marist. Went from San Diego, one-year prep school in Kansas, then to Poughkeepsie, and now here to the Palouse. Down low, they feed Juice Mims. Kicks it out. Jack Payne, corner three, on its way, and he makes it. Vandals able to strike first, 3-0 Idaho.
And that's the best play in college basketball right now, to get it into the post and skip pass over to a shooter.
Here's Ethan Price, left wing over to Lawan Watts. The Cougs have gotten so much of their offensive production from 6 players. That's starting 5, and then Isaiah Watts coming off of the bench. Those 6 have done the bulk of the scoring. Cougs down 3-0, 8 on the shot clock. Calmes has it between the circles. Over to Price. He'll launch a 3. It's up. Unable to answer back. Hard miss, no good. Lawan Watts shoves the pass down to Erikstrup, but it's taken away by Jack Payne. Here comes the Vandals in transition. Mims up for a floater. He's got it. And on the fast break, Idaho extends their lead 5-0 right out of the gate. Calmes trying to force the issue, and they'll call a charge on Nate Calmes. Offensive foul on Washington State. Eggs. Not the ideal start for Washington State.
No, 5-0 is not what Coach Riley was imagining, especially when you come out of the halftime and what they did to Bradley in that 19-1 run. So, yeah, the Cougs kind of flat-footed right now.
Full court pressure, little token pressure being applied. Cougs now retreat. Idaho 1-1 on the year. Got a victory, a convincing win over a non-D1 opponent, Northwest University. Lost by 4 on Thursday to UC Davis. Driving, Juice Mims has the ball stripped away. A combination of Lawan and Dane Erikstrup. Transition 3. Nope, won't count. Travel on Nate Calmes. That was something, Eggs. In the first game against Portland State, we saw a slow start, and the big thing was a lot of turnovers early.
Yep, and this already 2 turnovers. The charging foul by Nate on the previous possession, and now a little travel trying to get him into the rhythm on a 3-point shot. So not any opportunities at the rim so far.
A minute and a half into the contest. It is the Battle of the Palouse. Idaho with a 5-0 lead on WSU. Isaiah Brickner brings it across midcourt over to Jack Payne. Kind of an 80s Larry Bird look for him with the mustache and the floppier blonde hair. Colton Mitchell, matched by Nate Calmes. Left wing has it, 8 on the shot clock. Tries to make a move, step back 2. It's a long shot. Shot clock about to expire. No good, but an offensive board for Idaho. Brickner into the corner. Maratz was going to take a 3. It would have counted, but it would have been good. Didn't count. His back heel was on the sideline. He is out of bounds. Coug ball.
And speaking of Larry Bird, he hated it when players did not know where they were at on the floor. And that's like the worst shot if you're inside the 3-point line. Step behind it, but make sure you have real estate.
Cougs on a 2-minute scoring drought to start the game. Extra pass. Price, corner 3, lets it fly. 360 twirl, bounces out. Oh, it looked like a magnet was pulling it out of the rim. Idaho with the rebound. Vandals thinking about pushing it. Brickner hovering between the circles. Cougs down 5-0 to Idaho here. Tyler Maratz, a Washington native, goes down low, finds Mims. Easy dunk. 7-0 the lead for Idaho. And bad pass. Jack Payne takes it away. Ball loose on the ground. Erikstrup, great hustle play, gets it. Cougs feed it down low to Watts. Over to Calmes. Won't take the 3. Into the paint. Back near the Cougar head logo, and Washington State will slow it down. It's a little sloppy ball control for both teams. Going down low to Cedric Coward, the team's top scorers so far. He puts up a step back 2. That is no good. The shot clock was about to expire. Desperation shot. Idaho with the board. Cougs slow start down 7-0. 3 from Payne in front of the Cougar bench. It's an air ball. Rebound Lawan Watts. Let's see if Washington State can end this 3-minute scoreless drought. And David Riley fit to be tied. This is the most upset Eggs we have seen him as the Cougar head coach.
Yeah, defensive breakdowns already early in this ball game, and he's not happy with that, and then he's not liking what we're doing on the offensive end, not getting the shots that we've gotten in the previous 2 games.
16 minutes, 58 seconds to play in the first half. Cougs down 7-0 to Idaho. Well, Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards program. Join the program. Visit WSUCougars.com/Toyota Rewards. Well, Eggs, these are different opponents, but you think back 2 games ago in the opener against Portland State, there was a slow start. The Cougs had to get their sea legs. What in that game got the team sparked that needs to happen here to get things on the right footing?
Well, I think in that game, the 7 turnovers right off of the bat was what David Riley was not happy with, but he said his team had composure and resiliency, so that's what they're going to have to do right now, being down 7-0.
Cougs with the ball after the timeout called by David Riley. Cedric Coward looking down low. 18 on the shot clock, needing somewhere to go with it. Right elbow, he finds Lawan Watts. Watts into the paint near the West Coast Conference logo. Pass deflected off of Eric Tripp over to Cal Mees. Will take a 3. That misses, and there'll be a foul called on Ethan Price, trying to box out on Juice Mims. And no, they reversed the call. So that is a break in Washington State's direction as they are trying to end this skid to start the game. Nearly 2.5 minutes in the contest. Cougs down to the Vandals, 7-0.
And the shot that Mims made on Ethan Price, remember, Ethan picked up 2 quick fouls the last game. He was a little tentative, wanting to stay out on the floor, but this time going after the offensive board, yeah, he gets the foul called on Mims.
Juice Mims heads over to the bench. Coming in his place is Kyson Rose. Inbounds pass cleanly gets in for the Cougs. Cedric Coward left wing looking to drive. Has the ball nearly stripped away, picks up the dribble. Being pestered by a pair of Vandals. Left wing over to Lawan Watts. Will take and make the 3. The scoreless drought now over. 2.5 minutes without a point. Lawan Watts puts an end to that. 7-3 Cougs trail.
And actually against the Vikings, it was Cal Mees 3 that kind of got the rhythm going for the offense on the other end.
Here's a floater from Isaiah Brickner, no good. Trying to swat it back in is Kyson Rose. Good hustle play. His shot's no good, but it's the Cougs who knock it out of bounds. We'll see our first substitutions. Interesting, Marcus Wilson, the freshman, getting his first action very early on in this game. He saw more minutes in that last game against Bradley. Cal Mees to the bench. Isaiah Watts comes in as well. Lawan Watts heads out. Inbounds pass, and quickly a foul will be called against the Cougs.
Well, if you ask me again, what would you do if you were David Riley? Put in Isaiah Watts. This is a gunner. He's a hired assassin. So maybe he can get that going. And Marcus Wilson, like you said, played great defense in that Bradley game.
Well, you pointed that out on our post-game interview, and Coach Riley lit up saying you were spot on. Here's Colton Mitchell. Baseline jumper, rainbow shot, rattles out, no good. Ethan Price snatches the board. Cross-court pass to Isaiah Watts. Colton Mitchell right there to meet him. Plays pitch and catch with Price. Entry dish down to Coward. Kick out. Eric Strupp off his fingertips, out of bounds. Another turnover for the Cougs. Now 4 turnovers in 4 minutes and 19 seconds of action. It's going to take us to our first media timeout. Washington State trying to fully get past a slow start. Idaho's had the upper hand so far. It's the Vandals 7, the Cougars 3. 15:41 to play first half. More from Beasley Coliseum after this. You're listening to Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a Go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Coug. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 22 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive to grip every twist and every turn. Come rain, slick, sleet, or snow, leaves, mud, gravel, or sharp turns. Tackle the trails in the nimble RAV4. Drive steady in the all-hybrid Camry with all-wheel drive available on every trim. Or turn up the traction in the beefed-up Tundra with available four-wheel drive. Find those wheels at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Back courtside here at Beasley Coliseum. Luke Hallett back in the U.S. Bank Network studios. Our engineer, Jairi Kylo. Chris King sitting courtside right next to Craig Elo. It's the Battle of the Palouse. Idaho down 7-3. Or I should say Washington State down 7-3 to Idaho. 15:41 to go in this first half. And Eggs, I think back to what David Riley told us in the pregame interview. He says, we have the size advantage. That needs to show up in rebounding, getting to the foul line, points to the paint. So far, that hasn't happened.
Yeah, that was the perfect recipe in the Bradley game, was using the size and the physicality of his team. And even on that last turnover on Dane Erickson, he actually tried to shoot the ball before he actually caught it because he wanted to help his team. But they just got to, like I said, keep that composure and let the offense come to them.
Idaho with the ball coming out of the timeout. Tyler Linhart in the game. He did not play in their last matchup Thursday night. A key piece for them, a returner. Started his career at the University of Washington. Now in his second season with the Vandals. From the corner, trying to drive. It is sealed off by Dane Erickson. 5 on the shot clock. Jack Payne near midcourt. Over to Chris Gonzalez. 2 seconds. 1 rises up. Deep 2. No good. And Kyson Rose kicks it back out over to Colton Mitchell. Second chance 3. That misses. Ethan Price gets the board.
I think any coach would love to have a guy like Kyson Rose, because that's all he's going to do is going to get in the mix of everything.
A Coward catch and shoot 3. Too strong off the back of the iron. It's Kyson Rose with the rebound. Outlet pass over to Chris Gonzalez. Rose has something in common with Isaac Jones. They were both the NWAC MVP. Isaac at Wenatchee Valley College 2 years ago. Kyson at Walla Walla. Extra quarter pass. Here's Linhart for 3. Off the mark. Ball punched back. So many second chance opportunities here for the Vandals. Cougs trail 7-3. 5.5 minutes into the contest here at Beasley Coliseum. Rose down low. Finds Linhart. Left block. Guarded by Price. He's got a couple inches on him, and Price blocks it using that extra size.
And that's exactly what Ethan did. Played good defense, stayed on the floor, and used his size.
Cougs just 3 points so far, nearly 6 minutes into the game. Wilson picks up his drill in the paint, skips it back out to Coward. Far corner to Erickstrup, begins to drive into traffic. Finger roll, lay it off the backboard. It's good. Cougs starting to get a little rhythm here going. Now down by just 2.
And the activity on the weak side of the floor allowed Dane to use his dribble and go against the smaller Rose.
Scoring drought for the Vandals now, almost at 4 minutes. Here's a right wing 3. Gonzalez can't make it. Battle for the loose ball. Let's see what's the call. Marcus Wilson goes on the Cougar bench, and Kyson Rose picks him back up. It is a foul on Kyson Rose, so it will be Cougar basketball.
I got to say, Kyson Rose is one of those guys you can say, hey, you got 5 fouls. Use them. In the NBA, we told guys that all the time. You got 6 fouls. Use them.
And here will be a season debut. Andy Okafor was not 100% and unable to come in. And, well, actually, he will inbound the ball, races back in front of the bench. Andy Okafor, transfer from Cal. And his Cougar debut here tonight. Adds some size, Eggs, at 6'9".
Native Irishman.
Right elbow, Erickstrup gets the pass, looking low, can't quite get it to Okafor. Back at the foul line to Erickstrup. Left elbow, takes and makes the jumper. Cougs on a 7-0 run. They have tied up this game at 7 apiece. It's been a scoring drought now of over 4 minutes for Idaho.
And Dane did a nice job of reading the defense. The defense's hands were down. Dane 6'9", 6'10", whatever he is, he's shoot right over you.
A Jack Payne corner three misses, and on the rebound attempt, a foul will be called on Idaho. Juice Mims was in good position to get it. If it's on Isaiah, no, they'll call it on Andy Okafor. Would have been the second on Isaiah. Instead, it's the first on Okafor. Field goal attempts right now, Eggs. There have been 8 more shots taken by Idaho. Not a pretty field goal percentage. 20%, 3 of 15, but the Cougs are just 3 of 7.
Yeah, and only 1 assist, too, on those 3 makes, and that's probably something else that they did very well in the first 2 games was get up there around 15 for the game.
JoJo Anderson looking for somewhere to go. Gets it into Chris Gonzalez. He'll be fouled from behind by Dane Erikstrup. That is the 4th team foul for the Cougs. First personal for Erikstrup. 13 minutes to play. First half. Battle of the Palouse. WSU Idaho tied up at 7 apiece. JoJo Anderson inbounds pass to Jack Payne. Immediately double team. Finds JoJo open under the basket. Erikstrup right there to guard him. Clears it back out to Chris Gonzalez. Gonzalez, top of the key to Juice Mims. Mims gets it back to Gonzalez. A pair of returners amongst the 10 for Idaho. Over to Tyler Linhart. Linhart 3 on the shot clock. Turnaround shot off the backboard. Ooh, it's going to be goaltending. Eggs, I'm not sure if that would have been good had it not been a swat attempted.
Yeah, and the only reason why it was an easy call for the official was the ball was off of the backboard. And once it's off of the backboard, it doesn't matter if it's going in or not.
Cougs trail once more, 9-7. Idaho started this game on a 7-0 run. 12:30 remaining in the first half. Erikstrup catch and shoot 3 for the lead. Can't get it. Good offensive rebound attempt by Okafor, and the ball gets knocked away from behind by the Vandals, so it still will remain WSU ball.
Yeah, and the early offense that you'll see the Cougs in is pretty much 4 on the outside, 1 on the inside, and that inside guy was Okafor. And yes, he had good position on that miss to get the offensive board.
Nate Calmes back into Lawan Watts. Cross-court pass to Dane Erikstrup. Dangerous pass under the basket, and it will be taken away by Idaho, but the Vandals cough it up on the other hand. A dribbler pass from Ty Linhart goes over towards Alex Spribble on the Vandal bench. Cougs will get it back. More turnovers than the Vandals would like, but the Cougs still with more. They've got 2 more. 5 turnovers so far for WSU.
Yeah, all 4 Vandals started running down the floor. And I can't remember. It was Tyler that threw the ball.
Yeah, it was Tyler Linhart. Cougs inbound it. Nate Calmes, Isaiah Watts, Lawan Watts, ND Okafor, and Ethan Price out on the floor. Lawan Watts falls backwards. Looks like a shot, but more of a pass to ND Okafor. Grabs it, uses his physicality, and muscles up the shot. That is good. First made basket of his Cougar career.
Yeah, that's a big boy, too. I mean, he's muscular, and I think he's going to add a lot to the offense and the defense.
Andy Okafor, well-traveled in his life. You mentioned his roots in Ireland. Born in Nigeria, moved to Ireland when he was 1. Okafor, most recently at Cal. Dangerous pass down low. Cougs deny it. Price and Calmes swatted away. Watts with it. Pass to Price. Price almost traveled. Pribble wants the call. He won't get it. In the middle of the paint to Okafor. Goes to work again from the left side. No good. Tip in by Watts. That won't go. Swatted off the backboard. Cougs had 3 chances. Couldn't make the basket. Vandals with it. High toss, they get across midcourt. Now they set up their half-court offense. JoJo Anderson from Mount Spokane High School in his first year at the Vandals. He gets fouled. 11-12 to go first half. Kind of a frenzied pace here picking up.
Yeah, and I believe they got Lawan holding the cutter on the weak side of the floor. So that foul goes against Lawan.
It'll be his first personal. 5 team fouls for the Cougars so far. Well, when the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where you'll find amazing deals on everything you need, all in one place, so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. We'll take a break here from Beasley Coliseum. Our score, it is a 9-9 tie between WSU and Idaho in the Battle of the Palouse. 11-12 to go. You're listening to Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
Hey, Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season.
Toyota Camry. It's all Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time. Now through December 2nd, you can lease a Camry LE from just $339 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We just want you to be safe.
In sports, they say that practice makes perfect. In the legal arena, the Cooney Law Office's team has been practicing since 1949 and knows the full playbook. Whether you're seeking justice for personal injury, battling DUI or other criminal charges, dealing with divorce or a family crisis, or planning for your future, the Cooney Law team brings a full court press to your case. Visit jcooney.com to see why you deserve Cooney Law. Cooney for Cougs, Cooney for you.
Now Cougar fans can score big. Download the McDonald's app today and earn free food with every purchase and score a 20-piece Chicken McNuggets and 2 medium fries for only $11.99 every Cougs basketball game day. Back here courtside at Beasley Coliseum, it's the Battle of the Palouse. WSU and Idaho tied up at 9 apiece. 11-12 to go first half. Eggs, it wasn't the prettiest start for the Cougs. They were down 7-0, but at least they've got it at a tie game.
Yeah, and that's saying a lot because we have not done anything on offense like we have in the previous 2 games.
Vandals with the ball, corner pass. JoJo Anderson launches a 3. It is no good. So Idaho has made just one of the last 12 field goals. Here's a transition 3. Isaiah Watts too strong. Offensive rebound by Ethan Price. Clears it out near midcourt. It's intercepted by Isaiah Brickner. 2-on-1 fast break. Brickner goes up, finger roll in, count it, and he gets fouled.
And I don't know exactly the way Ethan Price thinks, but if you catch the ball on a missed shot and you're the big guy out there, you don't throw it back out to the top. You keep it until someone comes down to the wing or the same side of the floor to you, because that's what's going to happen to you. You're giving the defense the excellent chance to intercept it and go coast to coast.
11-9 in favor of the Vandals. Nate Calmes picking up his second foul. There are already 16 fouls on the Cougs. The foul shot is up. It is no good. Put back attempt by Juice Mims. He misses it. And finally, the Cougs get the board. With the shot attempts right now, way more for Idaho than the Cougs. 2-point deficit for Washington State. They have not led in this game. We're nearly at the halfway point of the first half. Can they take the lead? Isaiah Watts for 3 from the corner. No good. The outstretched arms of Juice Mims altering that shot a bit. Rebound for Idaho. They push it in transition. Tyler Moroz, alley-oop lob. Juice for the lay-in. That's no good. He's an alley-oop threat, but he couldn't convert.
Yeah, and I didn't know if that was the play or not, but it definitely was the alley-oop for him.
Washington State's a 2-point deficit.
And by the way, the Semi-Pro was just on HBO the other night, and the alley-oop was his mother's.
Well, that was almost an alley-oop. It's a lob near the hoop to Andy Okafor off the bench. Okafor providing a spark. He now has 4 points. He's tied as the game's leading scorer. This is his first action as a Coug.
Yeah, you would think he's not really sweating really hard right yet, but very impressive with his size and the way he uses it on offense.
Okafor, the Cal transfer, wasn't able to go the first 2 games. Cleared to go tonight, 6'9". It's a tie game. Here's Brickner for 3, and he makes it. Isaiah Brickner makes his first 3-pointer of the season. The Cougs have still not led in this game. Vandals a 3-point edge.
Yeah,
Calmes down low. Okafor was wide open. Not a great pass. Now posting up on Juice Mims. Clears it back out, 15 on the shot clock. Calmes calls for the Okafor screen. Over to ND, goes up with a shot. Makes it, and he's fouled. Tyler Moroz picks up the whistle. ND Okafor, his first game as a Coug. He's now the game's leading scorer with 6.
That was a really nice play by Calmes and Okafor. Okafor came over to set the ball screen on him, and he read the defense, and it was playing on the backside of him, so he slipped the screen. Calmes was able to get him the ball.
Cougs with Dane Erikstrup at the scorer's table, ready to check in. Cedric Howard now back in the game. Okafor, the foul shot is no good, so he's unable to tie the game. Interesting, inside Beasley, the scoreboard not right. Our live stats are right. It's 14-13 the score. They didn't give WSU the credit for that basket. Feeding it down low. Kyson Rose back in the game. Cross-court pass to Colton Mitchell. Feeds it in the low post to Isaiah Brickner. Brickner, far corner back to Mitchell. Dangerous pass to Brickner, able to reel it in. 8 on the shot clock. Over to Moroz. He's a really Strong threat from beyond the arc. Shot altered by Cedric Coward. It is an air ball. Good defense. The long arms of Coward. No look pass. Over to Okafor. Two-hand flush. What a dish from Lawan. And Okafor in his Coug debut now with 8 points.
And the play that really made it was the pick Cedric Howard put on the ball. And that was able to make the defense come over.
Here's a three. Isaiah Brickner makes it. So the Cougs had their first lead of the game for a hot second, but it didn't last long. Now 17-15 in favor of the Vandals. Nate Calmes looking near the basket, trying to find Cedric Coward, and he was wrapped up. It will be a foul on Idaho. That will be the 4th team foul on the Vandals. This one will go against Isaiah Brickner.
First personal. And the 3 ball is something that David Riley encourages them to take. But yeah, the Idaho guys are doing it just the same way. And
inbounds pass from the baseline. Eddie Okafor finds Lawan Watts. Jump pass to Ethan Price, just able to reel it in. Behind the back, no-look pass. Ball moving across the perimeter. Back on the far wing to Lawan Watts. He begins to drive, muscles it towards the basket, and it gets stuck between the rim and the backboard. David Riley wants a foul called. Cougs were so good at getting to the charity stripe in the last game, Eggs. They haven't had that same success here. Just one free throw attempt, and when there's 7:55 to go in the first half.
Yeah, again, the Cougs definitely, I thought that the game that against Bradley, the Braves, they just could not match up with our size, and we have not yet exploited the Vandals on that.
Idaho is led for the vast majority of this game. It's immediate timeout. First half, 7:55 to go in the Battle of the Palouse. The Cougs trail the Vandals 17-15. You're listening to Washington State basketball from Learfield.
Get your home turf ready to play with the game-changing performance of Steel. Enjoy big savings this fall on Steel handheld outdoor power equipment. Find yours at over 10,000 local Steel dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours.
Bro, you go hard for the WSU Cougs.
What do you mean?
You're literally wearing a Coug jersey that you bought from the Coug store with your Coug debit card. And you don't stop talking about how every time you use your card, Gisa donates to the Cougar Athletic Fund.
I guess I do go pretty hard for my Cougs.
If you go hard for your Cougs, get your WSU card today at Gisa.com. Go Cougs.
Whether you root for the Zags or the Cougs, now's your chance to play for your favorite team. It's the Winning Colors Challenge at Northern Quest. Simply pick up your special Gonzaga or WSU Camas Rewards card now through November 30th and play as usual. Whichever fan base earns the most Camas points wins $10,000 for their program. Become a card-carrying Zags or Cougs fan during the Winning Colors Challenge only at Northern Quest.
Cougar basketball is brought to you in part by Alaska Airlines. From WSU to the world, Cougs can fly to over 1,000 global destinations with Alaska Airlines. Book international travel now at alaskaair.com, your gateway to the globe. Along with Craig Elo, Chris King joining you courtside at Beasley Coliseum. It is the Battle of the Palouse, and so far, Idaho has had the upper hand for the majority of it. Cougs trail 17-15. We're at the top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds right now for station identification. You're listening to Cougar basketball from Learfield.
For conservative thought, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
Jump ball before the media timeout. Cougs have it. Eggs, you got the stat sheet in front of you. What stands out most to this point?
Well, I was looking at our, I would say, lunch pail hard hat guy, Lawan. He's doing it, what he's done, and he's going to have to do a little bit more.
Inbounds pass, Cedric Coward double team, just able to cleanly get it out. Ethan Price to his right to Eric Stripp. Now the flip to Nate Calmes. 10 on the shot clock. Back to Cedric. Doesn't have a point so far. 15 points for the Cougs. 8 have come off the bench from Andy Okafor. 5 on the shot clock. Cedric Calmes, he'll take a 3. It's an air ball. And so far, just you think about rhythm and fluidity for the Cougar offense when it's on. It just hasn't quite been there so far tonight.
No, this is totally night and day from the previous 2 games. I mean, that makes us 1 of 9 from threes, and it's something that David Riley encourages his players to do, is shoot the 3.
From the glass half full perspective, it feels like at any point, though, it can be turned on. Isaiah Brickner tries a floater in traffic. He gets it back. It was a miss. Kaiser Rose won't take the 3. Finds Colt Mitchell, attacks the basket from the left side, makes the lay-in. Lead now at 4 for Idaho, 19-15.
Yeah, poor closeout on defense by Calmes, and Cole Mitchell goes right by him.
Coward double team, looking for a teammate to help bail him out. It's LaJuan Watts, finds a cutting Ethan Price, goes up strong with the right hand, no whistle, but still is able to make that off-balance lay-in. 19-17, Washington State is pulled within 2.
And a great find and look by Ethan Price to cut in front of his defender and come up with a big finish.
The first 2 games, so much of that scoring for the Cougs have come from their top 6 players. Here, his top 6 have been pretty quiet. Andy Okafor has 8 of the team's 17 points. Cedric Coward averaging 20 points per game, and so far he's got none. Here's a floater from Colt Mitchell, too strong on it, skims off the side of the rim. LaJuan Watts pulls down the board for the Cougs. We'll have a whistle away from the ball. This will be on Isaiah Brickner. Brickner picks up his second personal, 5th team foul for Idaho.
And Cedric does what we're going to be accustomed to seeing him do all the time, and that's get right down there in the paint and take up position. He had the defender on his backside, and he comes up and gets the foul drawn on the defender.
Dane Erikstrup, Marcus Wilson back in the game. Nate Calmes, LaJuan Watts over to the bench. 6:21 to play in this game. And I will say for Cedric Eggs, it's been interesting. Coward, the bulk of his scoring has come in the second half in both games. So let's see if that will ring true again in this one. He's got no points. Cougs get the inbounds pass in. 20 in the shot clock. Marcus Wilson, true freshman, native of Albuquerque, where the Cougar football team will be this weekend. Works it around the perimeter. Isaiah Watts has it. Watts has been quiet so far. Over to Dane. 9 on the shot clock. Dane, long left wing. 3! Right on target. Oh, a sniper from downtown. Cougs go back on top. Just the second time they've led in this game. 20-19. Colt Mitchell dribbles the ball off his foot. He needs to get it across midcourt. He does just that. In the corner, Linhart take the 3, attacks the hoop into traffic, and they'll call a foul on the Cougs.
Yeah, he got Ethan Price off of his feet, showing him the 3-pointer, and Ethan flies right by him, and that makes the weak side defense come over to help, and Cedric just a little step late, or a second late.
Shooting foul since Tyler Linhart to the line for 2. Tyler Linhart back for Idaho after missing the last game. The first is up and no good. He would have been potentially key for them in a tight loss against UC Davis. Was the Washington High School 1A Player of the Year at Kings High School. Played in just 3 games 2 years ago at UW. And now in his junior season, his second year with the Vandals.
Long drink of water. Plays with a lot of energy.
Skilled offensive player, Ethan Price on the bench. It is Andy Okafor, the game's top scorer with 8. Tied with Isaiah Brickner for that. Back out on the floor for the Cougs. Next foul shot, he makes it. So we are all tied up. 20-20 is our score. Cougs were down early 7-0. They've had 2 very brief 1-point leads. Back at a tie. First half here at Beasley Coliseum. In the Battle of the Palouse, there's 5:30 and ticking left to play. Coward to Marcus Wilson. Wilson will take a 3. He's left open, and he makes it! The true freshman Marcus Wilson, not just his first made 3 of his career, that's his first field goal attempt, and he gives the Cougs the 23-20 lead.
Yeah, and Idaho, after the made free throw, stayed up in a 2-2-1 and then dropped back into a zone, and Marcus, they were kind of daring him to shoot.
And he accepted that dare, and he made him pay for it. Cougs, let's see if that feeds some momentum here. Largest lead of the night for Washington State. Payne will try to counter back a 3 of his own. Way off the mark, no good, but a hard ricochet off the backboard. Scooped up by Idaho's Chris Gonzalez. And
no reset.
Whistle being blown, and the question seems to be whether or not that ball actually hit the rim.
It didn't look like it from this angle where we're at. It kind of missed everything. I thought Payne, when he shot it, was off to the right and below the rim.
And just, sharing a nonverbal exchange with the officiating crew, I think they seem to believe that it was most likely not a shot that touched the rim. Well, right now, a reminder, we have a really fun read we do every single game. It's This Day in Cougar Basketball History. It's brought to you by Legends Casino Hotel. On this day in 2006, Tony Bennett earned his second victory as WSU's head coach when the Cougars defeated UW-Milwaukee on the road 74-54. So back in his old stomping grounds, the Cougs would begin the season on a 7-game winning streak and, of course, ultimately reach the NCAA tournament in Tony Bennett's first year at the helm of the program. Legends Casino Hotel. Fun is how we roll.
Well, it doesn't seem like that was that long ago. And now he's already
years ago.
He's already retired from Virginia. Doesn't like the NIL. Not a fan of it.
Seems like just yesterday that he was here. And here we are now, but another exciting era of Coug basketball getting started. David Riley in his third game. And we get our call here. It will be a shot clock violation. It did not touch the rim, so the review goes in favor of the Cougs. So the Cougar defense and no eggs. That's you love that when you see the Coug defense getting a shot clock violation.
We definitely. I pray at least 5 of those every game.
Well, one down, 4 to go.
Yeah, the defense. I mean, that's an empty possession. It's kind of like a turnover. Well, it is a turnover, basically. So, yeah, you take away a possession by possession over the course of a game. Boy, it adds up.
Now maybe they're confirming how much time should be on the clock. Currently 4:50. Cougs up 23-20.
Well, wasn't it Christian Gonzalez that got his hands on it?
Looked like it. So here we are. Cougs have it. WSU with the ball, looking to build on this stretch after a very slow start, down 7-0 to begin the game. Isaiah Watts rises up, takes the three, skims just off the front of the iron, no good. Jack Payne rips down the board for Idaho. Cross-court give to Colton Mitchell, right to the hoop. Into the paint he goes, clears it out to Jack Payne. Right back to Colton Mitchell, kind of the straw that stirs the drink for Idaho. One of those guys, such a successful career, but maybe not the biggest. He probably would have gotten a lot of attention from larger programs if he had a little more size. Tyler Linhart pulls up, mid-range jumper. It's an air ball. Rebound by Cedric Coward. Ball poked away from behind by Tyler Linhart, but he got some of Cedric Coward's hand. That'll be the 6th team foul for the Vandals.
Yeah, and I can tell that both coaches really stress spacing on the floor on the offensive sets, and that allows guys to turn the corner sometimes and get to the rim, and both teams doing that, but having no success.
Here's Erickstrip, corner three, no good. And Okafor, an offensive rebound. Over to Cedric, won't pull the trigger on a long three. Dane attacks the hoop, up to the basket, laying no good, but he is able to draw the foul. And the Cougs will be at the free throw line when we return. When you look back in that last game against Bradley, the victory, the Cougs took 27 foul shots. So far tonight, there's 3:57 to go in the first half. The Cougs have taken just one, so they're looking to definitely add to that tally. We'll take a break. 3:57 to go, first half. It's the Battle of the Palouse. Washington State leads Idaho 23-20. This is Cougar